so that you can decide for yourself. Because British isn't wrong, and a lot of Bitcoiners do need to take the L. This is a huge L for some Bitcoiners and for the industry, even though, you know, no one did anything wrong intentionally, I would say, but things happen and we're dealing with technology. And now in an AI world, man, bugs are going to be found faster than ever. And there's probably more bugs out there that we don't even know about. You know, just like the one in Lauren's head.
Pants. But are you going to kick it to the next speaker?
Yeah, does Anon have his hand up? Oh, I see Fred, and then let's go to Fred first, and then Anon. Sorry, just because Fred jumps up and down so much eating sandwiches.
Yo, can you
What's
hear
up,
me?
Fred?
Yeah. I just wanted to talk a little bit about multi-sig here, and you know, I think it's important to stress that multi-sig does provide some line of defense here, but not completely. And I kind of went through and talked through it with ChatGPT, and I just want to tell you the result of this. Okay, so the problem with multi-sig is if you have a SegWit multi-sig, right, and there is and you've spent from the multi-sig, right, at that point the witness data will list the participant keys, and those keys could then be hacked if they were generated from the same low entropy wallet, right? So
If those keys, just to be clear, you're saying if those keys, if all of the keys in a multi-sig setup were generated by the cold card with the same entropy bug.
yeah, exactly.
Because you're talking about 40
just take
bits.
let's
Yeah,
take
go
the
ahead.
scenario where you have this MK3 thing, right? But you said, okay, I'm going to use MK3, but I'm going to use the keys in a multi-sig, right? And you use 2 out of 3 multi-sig with cold card keys, right? Now, as long as you're unspent, you have unspent, it's just sitting there in an unspent address, you're okay. However, the minute you spend that address in SegWit, you reveal what those keys are. And then it's actually just, you know, they just need, let's say it's a 2 out of 3. They just need to break 2 of those keys. So it's only twice as bad as a single sig, right? On the other hand, if it's unspent, it is, you know, it's basically impossible, right? So I think that this has some connotation. So first of all, I would say one thing you can do is make sure that the addresses that you have are unspent as opposed to spent. And this is the same address this is the same advice you would be giving for quantum, right? Because spent quantum addresses could be hacked, unspent ones cannot be, right? And then, of course, it's different for Taproot, and evidently Taproot in this case is more secure. So that's my opinion. I'm not super technical on this, but this is my understanding.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. And so just to be clear, though, and simplify for people, if you have a key that's been generated by a cold card, period, just move it, generate a new set of words and get off of cold card. And that applies to any type of setup, whether you're using 2 devices, 3 devices, or 7 devices. In general, the reason why multi-signature helps is because it's not just the separation and having more than one key for more than one point of failure. It is to have multi-manufacturer devices. You don't want to have to depend on just Trezor or just Ledger or just cold card. And so for most people that follow best practices with multi-signature, that are using several devices and then separating those devices, those people are going to be much better off than what is happening to people that didn't roll with a cold card or use a passphrase. Anon and then Thomas.
Yeah, to me, this whole situation is basically to remind ourselves that, you know, Bitcoin companies are not Bitcoin, right? And that's a hard lesson for myself, but it's the truth. But to me, the answer is not, hey, we have a counterparty risk here, so we should seek more counterparty risk. Like, I'm not going to go buy IBIT, but I've had brokerages confiscate funds for me. I've had my assets locked for months. So I'm going to go more sovereign when we have a counterparty risk, not less sovereign.
Yeah, exactly. And to be clear, Bitcoin was not hacked. There's no bug in Bitcoin. Nothing has happened there. This happened with one manufacturer, with one company, CoinKite, who had a bug in their entropy. And remember, hardware wallets only do two things. There's only two things they need to do. And Cold Card failed at the first and most important, and that's to generate a random seed word for you. And best practices are to not let the device use that, because you do have to trust it. So you do want to roll your own dice. And there are native hardware wallets that allow you to do that and walk you through that, including Cold Card. And Cold Card actually is the best device to allow you to roll your own dice. But as we see using their automatic generator, it was affected. And so it wasn't giving you the full 128 bits if you had a 12-word wallet, or the full 256 bits if you had a 24-word wallet. Instead, it was reduced down to 40, and that's terrible, terrible entropy. And if you want to use a device that doesn't natively do it, you can just do it externally and then import it. But that really is best practices. If you are going to self-custody and you are going to be stuck with one device, is to generate your own words, because now you know absolutely, and you don't have to trust. Did it give me the right words? Did it have enough randomness when it did it, or did it just pick, you know, the first 12 words in the BIP 39 list, right? Which would be, of course, terrible entropy. Thomas.
Yeah, it's terrible for the people who lost this stuff. It's like a gut punch that's hard to recover from, and it's terrible. I'm very sympathetic to what British is saying. Um, and I think from the community's perspective, I would think we would want to maybe have a little less orthodoxy. I mean, like if everybody had Terrence's skills for self custody, then yeah, go do that. But half the people have an IQ of 100 or less, and I would say the people I talk to outside of X spaces, for the most part, it's not that they don't have the ability to do it. They may not have the ability and the discipline through time to maintain it, but they don't want to be bothered. And they don't view sovereignty as something that they want to purchase. It's if I say, well, you're sovereign with this, and if the system goes, and they're like, my business partner, I talked to him about it, he goes, I don't care. If that happens, I got other problems, and I'm not worried about increasing the complexity of my life to go do that. So look, I think self-custody is great if you can figure it out. I have every kind of Bitcoin you can have, including Bitcoin on Venmo and PayPal. I have it everywhere. And to me, distributing your attack surface so that if you do lose something, and I fully expect to lose some Bitcoin in the next 5 years, because AI is coming. Today is a wake-up call, and I just think, if you have all your eggs in one basket and that basket gets hit, you're going to be devastated. So I would be thinking about stepping back. I think whoever said it, this is a gift. I think that's right. It's a gift for you to rethink the whole thing. But I'd like to see a little less orthodoxy, that it has to be one way and not, like, I know old people, they're not going to do this. They're going to say, they're calling Ted, their investment advisor, and saying, get me some Bitcoin. They're not doing anything. They don't even know what they have. So those kind of people, they have a lot of money, and they, knock yourself out, get into the ETFs, and if you can if you have Terrence's skills and you're interested in that sort of thing, and sovereignty is an important thing, or portability, or having some money on the side that's outside the system, then just understand what you're getting into. Anyway, it's a bad day. I hope this sparks the whole conversation and elevates the security conversation on AI, which I think is an important issue for the next, right now through the next couple of years.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. It's definitely a good warning for when and if quantum ever comes, just to monitor the situation, look at our setups, and learn. But you're right, and British is right. It's like we want people to get Bitcoin, and they need to be there at the level that they're comfortable with. Like, even if someone set up someone with a cold card and just kept it simple, I'm not going to give you a passphrase, that's too confusing. You're not going to roll dice. Here's your 12 words. Well, if that person doesn't understand what they have, they're not going to be able to jump in their car or rummage through their attic or whatever, and then move that. So people definitely need to be comfortable. I will say this, as unpopular as it is. First of all, if you're worried, I would say send your Bitcoin to an exchange because it's still your Bitcoin. And when you buy Bitcoin on exchange, you have actual Bitcoin. Of course, it's more of a legal title. You don't have control of it with your own UTXOs. But to me, that is still slightly better than an ETF where you really just have a share in a company. So that might be unpopular, but if you want to get as close to Bitcoin as possible, buy it on an exchange and just keep it there until you know what to do. I mean, these big exchanges like Coinbase and whatever, as much as we want to hate on them, they haven't been hacked. They haven't taken people's Bitcoin.
Terrence,
So
you don't have to go to an exchange. You can just go park it on Fidelity Digital Assets, and they put it in a community wallet. You have claim on Fidelity, but you can do in-kind withdrawals and deposits, as far as I know.
yeah, they limit it to 25,000 a pop. And you're right, but I include that as an exchange, meaning anywhere where you can buy Bitcoin. And by the way, it could be Swan, River, Strike. These are all solid Bitcoin only companies we like. But your Bitcoin's going to be much safer there until or unless you figure out self-custody. Let's go to Mars real quick, British, just because we haven't heard from him yet, and then we'll come to you. I see your hand.
Oh, actually, British can go. I don't
Hey,
really have
let's
much
not go to Mars
sorry.
yet. Let's go to
Yeah,
British
sorry.
first.
I gotta think more. Gotta choose my words carefully.
Yeah, look, I think Thomas is right. I think if you have Bitcoin at this point on a self-custody wallet, and the person who spoke before Thomas is correct. You have an opportunity right now, if you haven't lost it, to reevaluate and harden your security if it's on a self-custody structure. My advice, when people have always asked me since IBIT started trading on, how much do you keep in self-custody, et cetera, has always been this: assign a probability to the US government and the US dollar collapsing in the next decade, and then put that percentage in self-custody, and the rest of it, if you're not someone who's super genius, technically minded like Terrence, and you're a normal person that's got other stuff to worry about, put the rest of it in something like IBIT. And I agree with everything Thomas said. We people, we've got to be more and I was shouting about this for 5 years now, or however long it's been. IBIT is a good solution for someone who is, not part of I'm trying not to be insulting, so I'll just end it there.
Gloria.
Hi there. Thank you. I disagree with Hoddle, with all due respect. I disagree.
Do you disagree with the people that I know that have lost their entire life savings by following Bitcoiners' advice?
Hey,
Well,
how about we let the lady speak because she didn't interrupt you?
You're setting me up there, and you're just being aggressive. But I just wanted to say that I feel like kind of what Anon said, how the gift this is, because the first people that got on an airplane, what do you think happened to them? And we're on the leading edge in terms of Bitcoin as self-custodian people. And being wrecked, you can do all the right things and still get wrecked. And you don't have to be as smart as Terrence to know how to do it on a basically really good way. And also, it took at least a minute, before they had airline stewardesses saying, hey, by the way, there's this thing with the oxygen mask coming down. And how many times we get on the plane and we ignore them to this day? But I think the point is that is at the point now within Bitcoin community, which thank God to a Bitcoin friend that actually messaged me saying, hey, to let me know about this, because I hadn't been on the spaces because I was so tired of the 110 thing talk. And so I was up all last night checking things out on the spaces and everything. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I think it's time for cold storage education to be just like the airline stewardesses. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. I don't care if you listen. Here's what you do.
I think they're called flight attendants now, Gloria.
I don't care. But it needs to be just a regular thing, not just, whereas now the richy rich, they'll take a private plane, and the not so rich will take coach, but we'll get there still in the same amount of time. And the people that can't afford a flight, they'll drive across the country.
The
You know what I
flight
mean?
tower is saying it's time to land, Gloria.
Okay, there you go. That's all I got. Thank you. Love you, British.
British, you're up next. Then I'd like to say hi
Yeah.
to Gen X.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the sentiment, and I expected nothing less from anyone who is a fan of Bitcoin self-custody powers. And again, self-custody, the ability to self-custody is extremely important for Bitcoin, which is why I'm not 100% against self-custody. I just like diversification of risk. The risk-adjusted return of having every single thing on cold card, which was, again, and this is the most important part. This is the single most recommended self-custody wallet of highbrow Bitcoiners since the day that I got into Bitcoin. This is not like I'm not just saying that. I've been on Clubhouse listening to these morons, NVK and the whole company, shout and scream at people for their bad self-custody practices. This is where my frustration comes from. It's not just hearing from people that I know who have lost, 25, 40 Bitcoin as a result of this. They did everything correctly. They did what they were told to do. And again, this is not a hack on Bitcoin. This is the company that's been most recommended by the Bitcoiners getting the absolute basics wrong. I don't think it's worth having that risk on your entire life savings to only then be told by a Bitcoiner, we're in the early damn stages and there's going to be casualties. I do, especially when we're not in the early stages. IBIT is a solution and you can use it. I don't think that's right. I think it's very, very arrogant. People accuse me of being arrogant. I think Bitcoiners are extremely arrogant right now, telling people that this is just part of the Bitcoin journey, that your entire life savings can just be lost by following and doing the exact right thing. And again, I will say I am extremely annoyed. Maybe a lot of people don't know the history and everything else that, we've listened to with CoinKite and with MVK. But this is a monumental moment for self-custody, and self-custody failed. The safest thing failed, and not because of Bitcoin or anything wrong with Bitcoin. It failed because of the people screaming and shouting about it.
Yeah, look,
Couple things. Can I jump in there, Terrence, real quick?
Oh, sure.
One thing is, I think scolding everybody and saying shame on you is probably like sitting there talking when somebody just had a horrible bike accident, wasn't wearing their helmet, didn't look both ways before, got hit by a car and is laying on the road bleeding out. It's not the time to say, hey, you dumb shit, you should have been wearing your helmet, you should have looked. Like, scolding people at this point is probably not where we need to be. I understand some of your points, but I don't really think this is cold storage as much as it is a wake-up call for things like Gloria said, where it's like, hey, you need to be the custodian for your own value. And so some of your takes, British, I don't sign off on. I do agree with others, but I don't think this is really the time to thrash anybody. Yeah, we've all made mistakes, but this is more of a time to like, hey, we got to get these people to the emergency room and take action like in the moment and not waste our time giving people shit for, oh, you shouldn't have done this and you should have done that and shame on you Bitcoiners, in my opinion. Anyway, back to you, Terrence.
Yeah, and just to be clear, because I mean, I understand where British's sentiment is coming from, but we just also have to be careful. We don't know if in the future IBIT isn't hacked or found some bug. Remember, in Bitcoin, all that exists is self-custody. Either you hold a key
So,
or
hold on,
keys.
Terrence. If you can't trust IBIT and you can't trust self-custody, where are we at now?
Well, I'll get there. Let me just say this first part, though, because there are ways to. I mean, all you can do in Bitcoin is minimize trust. We like to say that it's trustless, but it really is just distributed, minimized trust, and everything is a trade-off. I'm just saying, be careful about shouting from the top about one specific way or depending on one specific company or manufacturer, as has happened here, because IBIT is self-custody. Everyone is self-custodying. The way the network works, you have to have a key or keys to reassign the value from one address to another. And so if you're not comfortable doing it, which is fine, someone else is doing it. And I'm sure there will be issues. Of course, that would be catastrophic across the board in the short term. But I will not be surprised if an ETF. I mean, they use what's called like a multi-custody party type of
Yeah, it's an
custody.
MCP. Yeah.
Yeah, and they use these enterprise keys and they break up the shares. And yes, it's unlikely, but could there be several developers?
It can happen. Absolutely.
It can happen. Yeah, that's all. So that's all I'm saying. It's like in every
By the
situation.
way, when Terrence, I just want you to know, because it sounds like I'm being an asshole right now. When the ETFs first landed, the first thing I said was spread your risk by the custody of the ETF. So if you think that you're going to get into IBIT, maybe if you're going to, for example, put 100% into ETFs, maybe put 50% into IBIT and 50% into FBTC, because they've got different custody. I've been saying this since the first day. So right now, if you're looking at this going, how do I spread the risk on this? It's extremely simple. You assign a probability of the United States absolutely collapsing in the next 10 years, and you put that into self-custody. For example, let's say that's 10%, right? Some people think it's 40%, but let's say it's 10%. You got 90% left. Now you put 45% into IBIT, 45% into FBTC, and you have the widest spread of custody risk that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's like you don't have to depend on a company or a device. Bitcoin is designed where you can roll your own entropy. And I think people are incorrect when they say that sounds complicated. A 5-year-old has fun rolling dice. Bitcoin started with Satoshi dice. You sit down, you roll the dice. It literally could not be easier. And yes,
roll your own.
Everyone's not going to do that, but that is probably what everyone should be preaching, not go to Cold Card or go to Trezor or you roll your own dice. You can put it in any device.
Roll your own.
Yeah, then you don't have to depend on their random generator. Because let's be clear, that is the problem that happened. The random generator on Cold Card had a bug. That was the issue. And so it lowered the entropy down to 1.1 trillion options, which any bad actor can download the entire 1.1 trillion options and start flying through everyone.
Genius. Hey, Terrence, before we go to Tico, he knows what I'm talking about.
Well, Mars finally
wink
got his
and then
his
also
thoughts
you
together.
actually said you wanted to hear from Gen X,
Did.
and
I did.
also
I want to
did,
hear from
so-
Gen X. I want to hear from Mars.
Yeah, no, all these guys. Everybody's going to get to talk. Can we go to
I'm
Gen
just
X
up here to
first?
glaze, so I can wait.
What's
Hey,
up, Gen X?
I'll make it quick. British, I don't disagree with you. I think you make some really important and valid points. I just think that you paint with a very broad brush on the maxis, and you've been around a while. Some of us have been around a while. I do appreciate your takes, and I appreciate that. You know what? I think you do come off as an asshole a little bit in some cases, and I think it's kind of warranted. But I just don't agree with all the points. Self-custody didn't fail. This was the reliance of the entropy by that particular manufacturer that failed. Just to be clear, and it does not escape me at all that this won't be for a lot of people. And I'd like to just make note of the fact that multi-vendor, custody is a great option, and we didn't have that like we had it before. So there's as we call them products, there's a ton of stuff out there available. There's a broad range. I just like to be clear about the facts of what happened with this, as horrible as it is for some people who lost stuff, that we just don't mix it up, because the average person who's still trying to wrap their head around this is going to hear, in media that Bitcoin failed. All those devices from Cold Card have completely failed, and that's not the case. There was an issue 100%, and it should be addressed and put out there in the public. I empathize with CoinKite. They screwed up, however that came about, and they did come out as soon as they knew something. I know we've had cases before, even in TradFi, trusted TradFi, insurance backed, where they knew the stuff and they didn't say anything as soon as they could have. So I don't disagree with you, British, on some of those points. I think people do need to hear some of that, but we do paint a pretty broad brush too much. because we're not all hippies waiting for the dollar to completely collapse. That's not all what we think here.
Hey, Gen X, thanks for holding down the fort during this these emergency hours. I don't
Yeah, I
know
saw
if
you
you
threw a space up. Good
did an
job.
all-nighter or not, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was up most of the night helping people because my DMs are open. I will help anybody.
Yeah,
And I
it's just
don't
a triage.
charge.
It's just a triage. Look, there's people who I've had people send me, hey, I was part of this sweep, and they showed me how much was taken and how they were actually able to pull out the rest, RBF it. So time is of the importance, just so that we be clear on what do we know for sure and what are we speculating on. But I completely understand people that are freaked out by this. It is absolutely warranted until they understand more about exactly what happened and what potentially could happen in the future.
The scary part is the people that aren't on X every day or paying attention, and they've got some cold card and they're on some walkabout right now.
Yeah. Hey, last thing, and I'll make some room. The maxis, as British calls us, something I know that I think British would align with is I'm perfectly comfortable with doing this, but I know that my family may not be able to. And it's really important that people do, like, honestly look in the mirror and don't be delusional about it. Is your family really going to be okay with this? You do have some options today, and the tech's getting better, the UX is getting easier, and you've got some, if you want an insurance backed thing in some type of multi-sig, you have that too. So that's all. Thanks, guys.
All right, are we finally ready for Mars? Mars went down to practice what he was going to say.
No,
He
I
wrote
was
it on
sorry.
AI, and now he's going to read it.
I was pulling up to my house. I couldn't. I got a kid in the back. I wasn't gonna be able to talk. I don't even know why I raised my hand earlier, but yeah,
Duct
I
tape
can't.
for the kid.
I'm on a glazing tour because I do want to just shout out to the people that like ran those spaces all night, Gen X, and the Bitcoiners who jumped headfirst into this issue, got out there publicly, were diagnosing and triaging this thing in real time. And I do have a bit of agenda about why I came up today, because the reality is I do offload a lot of this understanding to people who understand the technology better than me. So I do look to people in the space to understand Bitcoin as a technology, and people like Wicked and Mr. Hoddle, CoinJoin Chris, Rob Hamilton. These are the guys that I rely on with regard to trying to understand Bitcoin as a technology. And yes, this does relate to BIP 110. I know everyone is sick and tired of talking about that. I'm not trying to divert the conversation there, but we do have a contentious protocol change in late August. And it's very interesting to me that the people that I am listening to and that are able to jump up and triage this issue are also on a particular side with 110. So I do want to put that out there for the record. That's all I got to say.
All right, who do we have? Tico. Thanks, Mars. Tico, then Emperor.
Yeah, Lauren, it's GYO, right? GYO equals BYOB.
That's
All right,
right, sir.
who brought this guy up?
I
The
wanted
Green
to make
Foundation.
I wanted to make a point, Terrence, which is though the people who own the land are different than the people who control the land, right? So I wanted to talk about who insures the land on the risk. And to Thomas's point, because Thomas is the adult in the room, Thomas, how do we encourage participation while ensuring risk to those who may want to get into Bitcoin in order for it to grow?
That was a really nice way to say he's the oldest person in the room.
He's calling all of us a bunch of
Yeah.
kids, apparently.
Like I would say, look, when you are talking to someone about Bitcoin adoption and they haven't done it yet, I mean, part of it is really they need to buy into what does, I use this term, I don't have a solution if you don't have a problem. So if they don't see a problem, then they're not going to understand the attributes of Bitcoin to solve that problem from a solution perspective. But I would say some of the things that Bitcoin solves that other assets do not are sovereignty, the ability to use it in transactions, the portability issue, and then it's unconfiscatable to a large extent. If none of those attributes are meaningful to you, then and you just want the number go up stuff, then yeah, the ETF makes sense. And so, but if you're interested in any of those attributes, then I think you need to do the homework and figure out how you're going to take self-custody it's not easy. I mean, it's especially as you get older. I would just say there's two things that happen when you get older. There's the obvious issue, and we all have old parents. You have cognitive decline, but you start to really worry about passing it on to your family. Now, I know there's solutions out there. You can go to Unchained and other places like that, and Casa, and they'll help you with solutions like that. But again, it's a heavy lift. It's like I got to go do all. I don't want to do that stuff. I want to go play golf, or I want to go on vacation. I don't want to worry about that. And for the most part, those people don't have all of their assets tied up that way. They have it with a financial advisor. They have it in trusts and things like that that are managed by other people. So they see all this as a complication. So look, I would just say this: the thing that I would like to see happen is the Bitcoin community that's on X that has a heavy disproportion of the original OGs and cypherpunks to be a little less orthodox. And when they say not your keens, not your coins, or that's not really Bitcoin, because I think it dissuades further adoption. If I were walking up to a person in the street and they don't really know anything about this, the last thing I'm going to do is to say, hey, let's sit down and talk about rolling dice and creating a 24-week seed phrase. They'll be polite and then they'll move on and write me off. I'd rather just say, why don't you just get some IBIT, learn about it, follow it, and say, and then we have a secondary conversation 3 months, 6 months, a year later, and you say, what's really going on here, right? And then they're interested because now they're vested. But I think so. You have to. It's a process. It's not like you can flip the switch. And so I would just say to a lot of the people on the X is to be a little bit less orthodoxy and recognize that there's lots of different people. When you go to a banquet and they say chicken or fish or steak, and people get the chicken, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, who gets that when steak's available? So it's like people make choices. Good for you. I mean, it's choices I don't make, and what I don't want to do is project the choices that I make and put them on someone else as the only way, and that's what orthodoxy is. So again, I know British, like the kind of people he's talking to, is probably similar to the kind of people I'm talking to. You have these kind of conversations, they're just not interested at all, and they think you're crazy if you bring it up, and crazy in a way where you lack self-awareness, where you don't have empathy for the way that they look at the world. A person who has, I'll just pick a number, $20 million in net worth, maybe the money's in a family trust, they've got financial advisors, and they're managing a complex family structure. A lot of people got their hands in the till. There's protections, legal protections all around that. And now you're going to say, yeah, put this on, you're going to manage this yourself. And they're just going to say, I'm not doing that because the way I manage my money is I call Bill, the financial advisor, or the CFO of our family office. And so, and I just take that down market. I mean, people with a few $1 million, they're just not going to do this. Now, they may get to that point. And, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. So I'm at that point. But I also spread it around. I think British is right. You should be really thinking about not all your eggs in one basket. That includes the ETFs. I would have, if you're going to be in ETFs, spread it around. Put half in IBIT, half in FBTC. I mean, they trade very tight. There's no real difference between them, and but you do have a different back end. And I would just say this, and I'll land the plane. Run some ChatGPT or where your favorite LLM, and ask what happens if there's an ETF problem. Like all of a sudden the Bitcoin's not there, or it gets hacked, or it gets sent to a wrong wallet, or there's fraud. You might be made partially whole, somewhat whole, but you may not be made all the way whole. So it's not just because BlackRock has got a name on it doesn't mean that you're fully insured like an FDIC account. I do think it's in BlackRock's interest not to take a black eye, but if there's a huge loss, they're not going to eat that. That's going to be shared by everybody. So again, diversify. And again, last thing I'll just say, someone said this is a gift, And I think that's right. I think that gift is for you to take the time. I wouldn't rush it, but I wouldn't also push it off. Is to really think about your security for your situation. Everybody's got a different situation, and the thing that concerns me right now is the progression of AI is going to attack the weakest security portion of the Bitcoin network, and that is the people who own it. There will be social engineering hacks that will blow your mind away, and there will be people who lose their Bitcoin, not because anything's wrong with their wallet or with the Bitcoin network, but because they were scammed or hacked by a very sophisticated AI. And I'm not going to judge those people because it could happen to me. So I would just say, don't put your eggs in one basket. Be very cautious, and use this as an opportunity to study up.
Thanks, Thomas. Let's go to Emperor and then Mr. Hoddle.
Thanks, Terrence. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, a lot of good points being made today. I just think, again, for anyone that doesn't have Bitcoin now, like, these instances that keep occurring over the years, like it's off-putting, like, and when I say that, it's like, I think Gen X made the point earlier, like people aren't, you know, they're not on Twitter all day or X listening, seeing like these type of risks that, that are happening, that are occurring, to know like, oh, like I need to move. Somebody could be on vacation. They don't have access to, their cold card wallet, which again, like to British's point earlier, I've heard that spouted like over the past couple of years is like one of the gold standards for self custody. I don't use one myself, but it's like that doesn't even matter. Like I just feel like today it might be cold card, but tomorrow it could be another, whatever hardware wallet. So it's like I think, and not that anybody I've heard anybody on this space do, but I hear like some of the OG Bitcoiners like it's almost like you're on a pedestal. It's like, yeah, not your keys, not your coin. And then the narrative flips to, self custody, multi-sig, like, and then like today, I mean, I've heard about the dice rolling, but like this is the first kind of narrative, like in the first, in the last 24 hours, I haven't really heard about like creating your own passphrase via dice roll. Like, so it continues, there continues to be like different layers of, security where maybe it's not in the best interest of everybody to keep their money underneath the mattress. There are other methods, there are other ways to protect your wealth as it becomes like, a significant portion of your net worth. And, it couldn't be me to have the conversation with my wife, during the next hack to say like, hey, honey, a lot of our life savings have gotten drained because of this. I had other options, but I wanted to, take the sovereign route, and I'm sorry. No, like there's other options. IBIT's available. I'd rather trust like the $1 trillion AUM, to, manage some of my assets. I know it's not truly Bitcoin, but at the end of the day, like anybody that getting into the Bitcoin like now and forward, yeah, of course they want to see the number go up. Like you're not just going to put money into something for, quote unquote, the technology, the sovereign, unless you have other life circumstances where, to British's point, if you're not living in the US and, you have other, kind of geographical um,
Hey, Emperor, the
issues that are
runway
working
runway's
against.
approaching.
Yeah. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is like self custody may not be for everyone, and that's okay. But like, I don't think OGs should just, kind of ostracize you or attack you for saying differently. So that's all I got to say.
Sean. Or wait, Mr. Hoddle, did you still want to go? You had your hand up before.
Yeah, I think real quick. So I agree that self custody isn't for everybody, but that means that Bitcoin isn't for everybody. The only way to own a Bitcoin is to be able to self-custody, or else you're having IOU. IOUs are fine. I don't mind IOUs. You're right. I mean, for some people, it's really, really hard to custody keys. But that's also a sliding scale. I don't have my grandmother on a cold card. I didn't think she'd be able to use it very comfortably. I put her on BitKey. My other grandmother was on Casa. They helped her hold her keys. You don't have to rely on BlackRock or IBIT to at least have exposure to your keys. There is a sliding scale. And I agree with you. Bitcoin, the sovereign Bitcoin that we all know as Bitcoin, is not for everyone. The younger people are going to get educated by this much quicker than the older people. They're going to grow with this. This is going to be second nature to them. For older people, maybe not, right? Like it is what it is. It's just the way the world works. If you took the sovereign route and you listen to me and many others, you would know that I don't trust any manufacturer of generating their keys for me. Just don't do it. That's me. Some people are willing to give that trust to a third party. And if there weren't any bugs, then it would have worked out. But this is the reason why I didn't trust a hardware wallet generating my keys, because even if there isn't a bug today, I had this feeling in 20, 30 years, if I didn't keep my seed up in order, someone would have found the bug later on. So I was always in the mindset that you should roll your own entropy. Before 2019, Coldcard did not have a way to roll your own entropy. You basically, when you got a Coldcard, you had an option to import a seed that you already created, or the Coldcard generated the seed for you. But by the time the MK3 came out, there was a way to generate your own entropy. If you're already a Coldcard user, I would consider you more of a power user to begin with, and you should have most likely generated your own entropy. I'm not saying that a BitKey user is going to sit there and generate his own entropy. I don't think they should. But someone that's using a Coldcard had that ability of generating their entropy. Not going to say this wasn't still a really bad thing, right? Like, this is bad. This was a bug before LLMs were out. I mean, this is 5 years. This was there. Nobody saw it. And LLMs are going to change things. But again, if you've used best practices, you're okay today. Like if you're using multi-sig, you have time, and say all the entire multi-sigs were made out of the MK3s that didn't have a passphrase, that didn't have their own entropy, you still have time, right? Like your security practice gave you time to move funds to a secure wallet. Again, I don't want to take away how bad this is. This is bad. This shouldn't have happened. It did. But if you took the best practices, even with the cold card, you are not affected. Like you're not one of those people. And again, know your audience. I would not recommend my grandmother to cold card. I would not recommend my grandmother to generate her own entropy. That's what I'm here for, right? Like I did that for her. So just know who you're talking to. You're right. Bitcoin is not for everyone. Like it's just not. Sovereign Bitcoin is not for everyone. IOUs, yes. IBIT, yes. Like that. But there's trade-offs, right? And everyone just has to see if the trade-offs is worth it or not. For someone it might be, for someone else it's not, and that's okay.
Yeah, good points, Mr. Hoddle. And I agree. I would not get my grandma on a cold card. Plus she's dead and 6 feet under in a grave. Sean, I think you were up next.
All right. Hey, Terrence, thanks. I'm going to jump down in a second just to make room for some more speakers, but I wanted to...
Oh, okay. Let's go to Anon then.
I appreciate it. Before we got a lot more listeners, and I think probably worth repeating after Cafe Bitcoin ends if you see a spike. But, for those that are listening, if you feel you're at risk or you're not certain if you're in danger with your specific cold card, or whether you're in a full-blown panic or just simply concerned and don't know what to do with yours, request to speak. if the stage is full, just DM one of the co-hosts. They'll fast track you to the stage. And all this morning, we'll have all these big names that are here right now talking about what happened, what this means going forward. But if you need or want help right now, don't wait. And when you're up, don't wait to speak. Don't raise your hand and wait. Just start talking. With that, take care, everyone. I love y'all, some more than others.
Terrence,
but
how do you like
family.
Sean Bogarting the show? Just taking over. No, we actually had that conversation. I like that, Sean. We do want to remind people we can triage in real time. So yes, please do what Sean said. I was just kidding, buddy. Terrence and I talked and we were like, yeah, man, if this is an emergency, code red, definitely hop up here, raise your hand, and we'll answer your question. How much sleep did you get last night, Mr. Hoddle? He probably can't talk, but he was up. There you are.
Not much. Not much. I was up basically until 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then woke up around 6. So
Every time I looked, you were in a space helping people out. So tip of the hat to you, sir. Keep up the good work.
All right. I think we had Anon and then Tiffany.
Yeah, I was listening.
Anon, we just lost you. What happened? Humble, did you accidentally drop him?
The feds got him.
I'll bring him back up.
I did not. I did not.
Let's go to Tiffany real quick while Anon figures it out.
Sure. Thanks, guys. And thanks, Humble, yesterday for answering some of my questions on the side. Okay, appreciate, guys, that the community is responding in real time here. I've noticed that wallet companies and platforms sharing that they aren't affected, like River, Mana, Swan, Foundation. They've all been posting actively today. The CEOs and the founders, too. Even lead techs have been in to discuss, like in Gen X and Wicked space, what's been happening in real time. And that transparency, right? It's painful in regards to what's happening, that we even have to read any of this at all online. I like to think is the system working in some way. However, there is still onus on us as individuals to do our own due diligence and stay on top of mitigating risk in our own Bitcoin wallets. We discussed this in my family and within our group here in Scottsdale, as well as implementing our own wallet health processes, and even like quarterly audits could be beneficial, because in the end, self-custody it's a product, right? And I think it should be a practice that we maintain. We need to stay on top of the people that we trust, and we need to verify and gut check ourselves as well. Right now, if people are entering the space needing help getting their Bitcoin into a different wallet, I say just move it, and it doesn't need to be the final destination, right? I'm also going to step down and make room for others. But a question Jennifer posed to us today is, what multi-sig companies should we be looking towards, guys? Thanks again, Gen X Wicked community. I'd love it if we could also implement a no assholes policy today, guys, and I'll yield my seat. Maybe Harry can come up and provide some
Did she say
insights.
no assholes?
I will leave. I'm sorry. I didn't say anything yet.
And I
but
thought
I'll
she was
go.
talking about me. She said apples. I don't think she wants Wicked in here. Where were we? Were we at Glow?
I think we were at Glow, yeah, unless Anon is back up here.
Mars is here. I don't know what's going on with Anon. I invited him back up. He came up, but
Go ahead, Glow.
It took a spot.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that when I first got my first CoinKite, whatever it's called, the cold storage wallet on CoinKite, there was dice for sale. But there wasn't really an explanation. Yes, like you had to be in the know to know what it was for. And it's kind of interesting now how that was on their website for sale. It was encouraged just being on there. And despite how many conferences I've listened to, Bitcoin conferences and stuff, very few, if any, maybe like one conference that I've heard of a speaker talking about the necessity for dicing your entropy and making sure your entropy is on point. So basically in defense of CoinKite.
Hey, let me ask Udi, since he's up here, and I know he's an OG. Are you seeing any collateral damage on your end or people in your circle?
Sadly, I've seen a few people that were affected by this. Yes, not many personally, but I also, I'm just seeing reports that it seems like there's a bunch of people affected. So yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I really liked what was it Tiffany? I think she left. What she said about kind of doing reviews of your security stack over time, and it's I think it's really easy to kind of blame CoinKite for this, but or cold card. I think though if we think about this like seriously, the fact of the matter, what people need to understand is just the cybersecurity landscape is changing extremely quickly. Maybe the biggest thing is that the pace of the change is unprecedented. So maybe a way to think about it is, previously, let's say a year ago, it would have cost someone probably millions of dollars in just paying for the talent, for the time to review a lot of this stuff manually, whereas now it is effectively free, right? Like especially with some of the new open source AI models like Kimi K3, which are, you just push a button and it reviews things very, very quickly. It would have cost a lot of money to do in the past. So what that means is the cost to attack just collapse, right? It used to be very expensive to do attacks like this, and now it is almost free. And because that change is so immediate and so fast, I think what that means is that all of us have to like kind of think about, well, a lot of the assumptions we made in the past are just not relevant anymore. Nothing is 100% perfectly safe. Any company and any individual can make and will make mistakes. And it's now incredibly easy to find those mistakes. So, and whatever is easy now, a month from now, there are going to be newer models that are more sophisticated, more intelligent, that will find things that the models of today cannot. And that's not going to happen in 5 years. It's going to happen next week or in 2 weeks. So, yes, I think a constant kind of auditing of your stuff is going to be very important, but quarterly is probably too slow. Like this is something that unfortunately is going to need to happen much more frequently than every quarter for the time being. The good news is, I don't think that this will continue forever. I don't think that the kind of exponential increase in cybersecurity capabilities of these models will continue to grow exponentially for every single month forever. It's just happening right now. So I think now is the moment when people need to be very careful. And I know I don't want to be like controversial. I know that a lot of times I said half jokingly that people should consider not using self-custody and using like more institutional solutions. I think at this current point in time, this is definitely something that people should consider because, and I'll finish with this, right now, because the threat is increasing exponentially on a weekly basis, someone needs to worry about your shit. Like someone needs to be actively worrying about it. And it can be you if you feel like you're a professional or an expert, or maybe you use some third-party service that kind of tracks your self-custody setup. That's fine, like something like Casa or whatever, that's fine too. But you need someone to be actively looking after your stuff at this current period in time. I don't think it's going to be forever, but right now I think it's just prudent to do that.
Yeah, good points. While you were talking, Udi, I was reminded that, and let's keep in mind what has happened is catastrophic, and Cold Card needs to accept full blame. I mean, I think they're toast. But I do remember hearing NVK on a podcast a couple of years ago, and the interviewer had asked, oh, so can we trust Cold Card? Like everyone says you're the best in the business and whatnot. And I do like what he said at the time. He said, no one should trust us. No one should trust Cold Card. We could have a developer that is compromised or kidnapped. Could they push out a firmware update that's bad? Yeah, he said that's possible. So everyone needs to be vigilant with these things. So that doesn't make it okay for what's happened. But I did appreciate that answer, and that made me think when he said that back then, and which reminds me why I really do promote as one of the best ways for self custody is to have various manufacturers in a multi-sig setup. Anyways, Anon, you are back. What's going on? Anon, I think you're having technical difficulties again. Unless you can come off, we'll go to Tico. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Is Terrence
I can
speaking
hear
right
you.
now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Anon. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Udi.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Anon, are you off?
Let's maybe skip to Tico. We'll recycle Anon.
I think everyone's having issues right now. I don't hear Tico either.
Hello?
There he is.
No,
No,
that's
that was
me.
March. That's
Oh, that was the
March.
Mars
Me.
bar.
Yep.
Felt that
That's me. Just
glaze.
checking.
All right, let's
Just
go to
checking.
Mars and then Harry
I
while
don't
those
got
guys
nothing to
figure
That
it
say,
out.
gooey
Terrence.
caramel
All right, let's say hello to
metal was
Harry.
glazing all over me.
I was just waiting for someone to say something that I could respond to, dude. I got my hand up.
All right, Mars is the peanut gallery. Let's go to Harry. What's going on, Harry?
Hello, Harry.
Nada. Hey,
Are you
look,
marked safe?
yeah, I've been safe. I was up on the calls with Wicked and others for, I don't know, I think I was up till 2 in the morning last night. So a couple things. So it bears repeating, don't panic. It does seem that this is an engineering issue. Scope to cold card seems relegated entirely to cold card. There's great information out there, and remediation is as clear as it possibly can be. I think at this point, if it's not, DM me or any of the other engineers that have been working tirelessly on this. So, a couple things is this is why engineering matters. It's why the community, I think, should consider the opinions of engineers when it comes to Bitcoin. You know, I'll just leave that there. But what I want to highlight is not the specific problem with cold card and the blast radius of it. I feel terrible for everyone affected, and I hope they're made whole. But what I want people to focus on after they ensure their Bitcoin is safe is something that I heard during 9/11, which it's easy to look at all this carnage and focus on bad actors, but look at all the people helping. Look at all the people digging others out of the rubble. Look at all the outpouring of support, willingness to help other human beings. I mean, if anybody was in that space yesterday, I think I was in that space. It seemed like for 6 hours. In Wicked, Portland, Gen X, countless others, just helping people that they don't even know. So what I listened to last night and this morning on Spaces, while I help people, in my own orbit, as Tiffany mentioned, was basically a decentralized customer support center. Comprised of a lot of people who don't know each other, working through the night, and triaging a company's issue that they don't even work for. Where else are you going to find that? Really, I don't know where else you can find that. I can't get customer support for services I pay a shitload of money for. So no, I don't buy into the. I know that there's a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt this morning. Fuck all that. Fuck fiat. I bought a lot more Bitcoin this morning, and I'll always recommend people do the same.
Yeah, it's good to see us unite, Harry, when, there's a common problem. After all, we all are Bitcoiners and we do have common enemies. And one of them, unfortunately, is going to be hackers and attacks and bugs. And, we're dealing with technology here. And it's nice to see people set aside their differences and help each other out. Because I know we all do care about each other as much as we want to fight over other little things.
Most of us.
Yeah. Anon, we're going to try you one third time.
Can you hear me?
Third time's a charm, baby. There he is.
Okay, yeah. X is ass today. I don't know why. So I saw a good post by Praveen, and he was saying that this attack likely cost somewhere around 10K for all the GPUs to do the work. And so I'm thinking in my head, I guess the lesson is anything that isn't multi-sig should be a balance of 10K or less. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess it depends what, 10K means to you versus someone else. For someone else, that's their entire life savings, right?
I guess so, yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to ask was, so with the Mark III, basically the issue was that the hardware Entropy wasn't even wired up, so it defaulted to software. Is the Mark IV the same issue, or is it a different issue?
No, my understanding is all of the other devices have the same issue. The entropy is higher, but it's still lower than it's supposed to be. I think the Q, the 4, some of those go up to as high as 72 bits of entropy, but that's still terrible compared to, you know, a minimum of 128 with 12 words or 256 with 24 words. So it's still just not enough, because that's basically what's happening is the attackers are downloading the entire set, the entire possibilities of the BIP39 word list, and they're just spinning through them to brute force it. And so, like, if you only have, you know, 40 bits of entropy, that's 1.1 trillion chances. Well, someone can spin through 1.1 trillion and find all the single keys. So, and this is why there's obviously a delay, or they just won't even find it, because you can get up to proper entropy with enough dice rolls or passphrases, or of course multi-sig.
Yikes.
So yeah, I mean, really, we all say it's not a time to panic, but if you have a key on a cold card, I'd say it is the time to panic. If you have significant funds that key controls and can move, I would get to that key and get it off those words.
I gotta be honest, for someone like me, being told to move to multi-sig sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Like that.
DM me, Mars. It could not be easier. I can't even tell you. It's easier than a single sig, and I can explain why if we want to dig in. It's like
So
crazy easy.
a multi-device, multi-sig setup is what you think is the best solution here?
So what I think is the best solution for most people is what is a collaborative security model. They call them collaborative custodians. I like to call it collaborative security because no one else has your Bitcoin. They're not custodying your Bitcoin. But you can pick a company that you're happy with. That way you have a nice interface, easily log in, whether it's Unchained or Casa or Swan. I don't care who it is. You know, even Nunchuck, you can do any of them, or you can do it completely sovereignly yourself with all keys. But that's where it's going to be tougher for you if you know, for you, Mars, to download Sparrow Wallet and do all 3 keys. But sign up with a company like Unchained or whatever, $250 a year. They have their enterprise key, right? It's built into their software. It's split up in shares. You don't have to worry about that key. Just consider that your backup key. They can't do anything with that one key because they have a 2 of 3 setup. Then you have 2 other keys. And so even if in this case today, if one of those was a cold card, but hopefully you have one of them as another device, because that is the best practice, is to have the different devices. One's a Trezor, you know, one's a cold card, or one's a Ledger, one's a whatever, Jade, Bitbox. You can use any of those. You have your 2 keys, and that way you can geographically separate them. You can jurisdictionally separate them if you need to. You know, you can give it to your wife, you know, for inheritance. She only has 1. She can't, you know, take your Bitcoin or rug you. But if you die, per your setup with Unchained, she can call Unchained and like, oh yeah, we do have Mars's backup key. Oh, you have one? Great. Just plug it in. Boop, boop, boop. She can move it. And that's why it's really simple. And then you sort of have the customer service that doesn't exist with Bitcoin, because you can call your Unchained advisor, or again, Casa or Swan or whoever you choose. They're all essentially the same. They just hold 1 key, and you have your 2 to do whatever you want with. And then you also have more entropy, because it's you know, in layman's terms, it's a marriage of those 3 keys. And even if someone could get a hold of your 2 of 3 keys, they still would need what's called a wallet coordination file that says sort of where those 2 keys, where on, you know, on the big tree, the little branches that your Bitcoin lives. It's just a non-technical way of saying you also need a treasure map that aligns where those 2 keys go. So anyways, feel free to DM me if you want, Mars, but I'd be happy to walk
Terrence,
you.
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Terrence, okay, you've just explained a fantastic way to diversify your self-custody. Makes sense to me. With everything that's happened here, do you still think there is zero need for anyone to hold at least a little bit in IBIT, or any ETF? Do you think that's a zero probability? That's a zero benefit for everyone still after everything that's happened here?
No, and I've never said that. I think the ETFs are great for many people and for many reasons, and whether those are pensions or retirement or it's just the exposure, let them learn about Bitcoin. They're fantastic. Those people should not get to self-custody yet. They need to learn about Bitcoin, and as they learn more, as all of us have, and like, oh, how can I interact more with it? You know, what its original purpose was, you know, whatever. If they want to get orthodoxy about it, yeah, self-custody is awesome because then you actually have the real thing. And so you gain more of the utility in, Bitcoin, Swiss Army knife. But no, I think ETFs are fantastic for a ton of people.
Hey, Terrence, Joe's in here. Hey, Joe, how are you? Great to see you.
Yeah, I wish I was under better circumstances. It's
100%.
really unfortunate. A lot of people are hurt by this. It's just a lot. I'm in a lot of texts and group chats, and people have lost a lot. I would, I would wager whatever they're saying about the known amount. It's probably just based anecdotally 2 to 3 times that amount in terms of actual losses. I mean, it seems really significant. So yeah, very very unfortunate, very sad.
Terrence, I just want to add to what you just said. I think you're right that stuff like IBIT is definitely good for new people that are still learning and stuff. That is definitely true. I think it's also good for not necessarily new people, in the sense that again, to continue what I said before, like arguably in the past, managing self-custody yourself was maybe something that you could do, although I always thought that it was kind of it's more difficult than people make it seem. Like, it's more dangerous than people make it seem. I always believed that, but I think that now, because of the risk from these ever evolving AI models, I just think that it's not enough to learn about self custody once and just assume that you figured it all out, because the threat is evolving on a weekly basis and changing. So whatever it is, even if you spent years, a lifetime of learning about self custody, there might be things that you are not aware of yet. And you can see, the way that people respond to this specific cold card issue. I mean, what happened behind the scene is the code is open source. Someone took, a bleeding edge model, probably Kimi K3 because it's open source, ran it through the open source and said like, hey, find me bugs, and it found a bug. And this particular bug happens to be a bug in the random number generator that a specific firmware version uses. Okay, whatever. Uh, it it might, in the future, it might find a completely different bug in a completely different hardware or software. It could find a bug in the software that like Casa or Unchained or whatever that uses the multi-sig stuff. Bugs could exist there too that are different, and they will manifest themselves in a different way. It wouldn't be the exact same scenario. But the point is, this isn't the solution is not to be like, oh, this specific thing is the problem that happened with cold card, and so we need to just all move to multi-sig with what. That's not the realistic solution, in my opinion. The realistic solution is just to understand that the threat is now evolving on a weekly basis. So you either watch the threat yourself on a weekly basis, which is for most people unlikely, or you pay someone else to do it. And I don't think it's going to stay that way forever. I think eventually things will stabilize. But right now, I just don't think the solution is like, oh, let's address this specific bug.
No, it's not. It's every security system, every product, every security profile has assumptions and unknown unknowns that you have to account for, right? So to your point, Udi, it's not that, oh, CoinKite is bad or cold card is bad. The key takeaway is that given the rise of the agentic models and the threats that they pose, right, the logical mitigation is, how do I prevent a catastrophic loss by putting all my eggs in one basket? Whether it's one particular security setup, whether it's the ETF only, whether it's exchanges only, whether it's one particular vendor or model, like, the logical response is to mitigate and diffuse and diversify your security profile, not to just concentrate it. And that seems the only way to prevent you can't even say that that's guaranteed, because who knows? There could be AI could find a bug or flaw in the Bitcoin code base. So, like, there's really no way to protect against all vectors. So you just have to diversify, and that's really the best you can do. And realize no system is perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect system from a security standpoint.
Yeah, it's kind of what Thomas was saying, which I think was really good advice.
Yeah, I mean, it's look. I would just reiterate. I mean, if I would not consider having less than four um, four protocols, and just split it up and diversify it. I, I would also start to train your mind that in the next 5 years, you will be hacked at some level. You might not be. I hope you're not. I hope I'm not. But if you have all your eggs in one basket, and it's a broader issue than just Bitcoin. It's your interface to the digital world. You're gonna have assets, all kind of assets, and so I would really, diversification is your friend here, and um, it allows you to take a loss without being wiped out. Now, no one wants to take a loss at all, but all your eggs in one basket is a form of being lazy at some level, and that's probably not a good combination of being lazy and sitting on a pile of assets.
I mean, all this type of advice has existed for a while, right? Like this, multiple influencers and thought leaders who always say, the best way to self custody Bitcoin is da da da, and it's not like the message hasn't really existed. It's the actual actions that users eventually take, and it's so evident right now in terms of. Take a look at the setup that all these cold card users were having when their funds got stolen. They just did not roll the dice 50 plus times, and they just had a single sig solution. So we have always said forever, like, yeah, buy no KYC Bitcoin, store using an air gap computer, create 2 out of 3 multi-sig wallets with different vendors, store it in a Faraday cage and whatever. But you know what? People are just not going to do that. It's just like the 0.05% of the total people who hear these messages are actually going to take that action to that degree. The majority of people, especially as Bitcoin adoption grows globally and more normies are coming through, are just going to go the easy route because they come from a world where there's trust in institutions, right? They don't like necessarily all are like hardcore maxis that grow their own foods and refuse to go to restaurants because they don't trust the restaurant or whatever. There's always going to be the majority of people who come in new here who are just going to be coming because they saw some marketing campaigns, and especially this cohort that got hacked, right? Like the cold card users, the CoinKite cohort. These are the people who see the type of marketing that is all about self sovereignty and all the hardcore maxi stuff, and even them resorted to the easiest way when they chose to set up the wallet. So I don't know. I think the businesses that is actually making shitloads of money selling Bitcoin, meaning the exchanges, the businesses who have the most money to put into serious R&D and put some real security behind it, can really throw money at this. I think those are maybe the ones that are going to be trusted in the future, and all these smaller companies that specializes in very niche things like self custody or hardware wallets. Yeah, I don't see how the future is going to look like. I think this last 24 hours is a very obvious before and after moment for the whole self custody industry sector.
Hey, I have a question for Joe if he's available. A legal question. I mean, we know that the terms and service and the disclaimers, I'm sure, on all these hardware wallets is that there's no liability. They don't custody any Bitcoin or anything, and uh, people obviously need to handle these things sovereignly. But with that said, it doesn't mean anyone can't sue anyone. Do you anticipate there being significant lawsuits with what's happening?
Absolutely. There's no doubt. I mean, just to get people up to speed on this, it's the terms of service today are not necessarily the ones that control. What matters is when you bought your particular device. So, like on CoinKite's website, they talk about their terms of sale, and the terms of sale says you agree to waive all class actions. They say you agree to a binding arbitration in Ontario among a single arbitrator. You agree to not seek any punitive damages or anything beyond any consequential damages. Like they have all base, and that's common. Like most businesses do this. So like literally like a huge portion of my job that's not related to like Bitcoin or crypto, we litigate terms and conditions all the time. Like people always throw this stuff in. You can argue whether it's enforceable or not. You can argue whether it forces you to waive your class action. Like all of that, just putting terms and conditions up are in itself, it doesn't mean anything other than it gives the defense attorney an argument to oppose, obfuscate, delay, deny everything they can, like it's something to rest on, right? And everyone is analyzed individually in the fact specific basis. But the bigger concern is this, okay? The bigger concern is that even if you could get a case to move forward, whether it's in Ontario or elsewhere, the reality is that the company doesn't have assets behind it sufficient to make you whole, right? So, like, if they were successful, if a class or a group of plaintiffs or had significant losses were able to get something forward and even get a judge to agree and not enforce the terms of sale, then the question is collectability, because what happens with companies like that? They go BK. You're sorry, deal with us in the bankruptcy court. There's no assets left. So it's like, you spend all the money trying to fight this whole thing, and can they actually pay and make whole if enough of the class or enough of the individuals get through and get to a merits hearing? No, they absolutely cannot.
So NVK go BK.
So like here's the thing though. The difference is, like, and everybody compares this, like, well, an exchange would go down, exchange could get hacked. Yeah. Yeah, but if you have BlackRock backstopping the entity, okay, that's very different in terms of a counterparty than CoinKite, with all due respect.
Joe, on the terms and conditions litigation, is the argument that gets often made that there's no informed consent when
Absolutely.
some,
People stick it
yeah.
on a website, and they update it, they revise it. People don't know that. I mean, that's constantly an argument. And then depending on the jurisdiction, some jurisdictions, they say, well, no, we don't enforce that just because you put it in the, you're waiving this, you're waiving the class. Like, some jurisdictions, some state courts will say, I don't really care what you wrote in your terms of service, it's not enforceable. So Canadian law may not apply, right? Like, you're reaching in, having contacts with U.S. individuals and entities. So that's like a different analysis. So there's a huge body of case law on this subject. I'm not going to bore people with it, but it's always a question of maybe. Certainly, it's better for the entity, for the company, to stick that language in there. It certainly helps them to rest their hat on something, but it is not dispositive.
So in this particular case, I think it's about $37 million of if you just multiply it out.
I think it's way higher than that. I would suspect it's way higher based on what I'm seeing.
Isn't it 860? Did I do the math wrong?
No, I'm talking about, that's the known amounts. As soon as this was developed, there have been many copycats that I'm aware of, at least two that are employing the same script or doing the same
Yeah.
thing. So I think it's way broader than that. That's just my supposition, okay? But it's just anecdotal.
Well, that sucks. I assume I thought it was anyway. Never, it doesn't matter what I thought, but I would say this is won't be the last time we see this in our community, in my opinion.
The bigger issue for me, okay, like I can't, and any more technical people want to speak to this, I can't fathom a company which prides itself on purportedly being open source and transparent and having all this out there, not vetting what's perhaps the most important aspect of hardware security profile, which is the random number generator, right? And what I'm told is, just for benefit, is that it's not actually an issue with the random number generator. It was a communication error between the random number generator and the pseudo random number generator, and them not being coded up properly so that it defaulted to relying on the pseudo random number generator. I mean, how do you miss something this obvious? And what's equally alarming is that apparently there were people that raised concerns about this years ago. I was just scanning some of the tweets about this, and they just fell on deaf ears. So I just don't understand how this couldn't have been dealt with, or at least addressed. And then, from an industry standpoint, right? You've got other hardware wallet manufacturers out there. They're all looking at competing products. They're all assessing them for the sake of and goodwill of the industry. How did not how was it no other security person looked at this and discovered this issue? I mean, it just seems bizarre.
It shows how scary it is with AI that, AI can find something that we should have found, someone should have
Oh, there
found.
were people that found this without AI years ago,
But did
and
they
nobody
find the
took action
exact
on it.
same thing? Were they like, hey guys,
No, I can show you some of these tweets I'm looking at, but like, people were raising concerns about this, and just, I guess it's just, oh, well, we'll get to that later. Like, it's like, okay, well, this is, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars here, billions of dollars potentially. Like, why, how is this so I don't know, like, it seems like amateur hour. I mean, honestly, like,
Well, I mean, isn't that extreme negligence on CoinKite's, yeah,
I'm not technical
sorry,
enough to know that.
CoinKite's part? Okay.
I don't know. I mean, what if I were trying to assess that? I would rely on technical experts that have superior knowledge than me. But like what I was asking in one of the other rooms is like how arcane, how buried is this issue? Because it is not an issue with the random number generator. It was a coding issue. Okay, it's a coding issue. Somebody had a job to do in putting this together correctly, and they did not do their job.
Would you ever surmise, Joe, that there's potentially an inside job then? Because that just sounds odd to me how they would not jump on that.
I can speak to some of this. So, I mean, bugs happen in software all the time, and doesn't mean that something's malicious. I think the other problem is that people think that because something's open source, that all of a sudden all these people are looking at it that are just working for nothing and protecting them, and that's just not how it works. Hold on one second. Hey, buddy. So, I mean, bottom line is bugs can exist in open source for a very long time because there's just not the community involvement that people think might be happening. So I never attribute malice to any bugs. I mean, I don't based on what I understand here, I don't think that somebody did this on purpose to fuck anybody over. I just think it's a gross oversight where it seems to me that there was a conditional that basically delegated the random number generation to this library. It's literally called lib-ngu, lib number go up, and it's just fundamentally less secure than delegating to the hardware where that really should be coming from. That's my current understanding. But just because something's open source doesn't mean people understand it. It doesn't mean that there's teams swarming on finding fixes. That's, I think that with this and so many other things in the Bitcoin ecosystem, that's why I don't, knock Saylor and others for trying to fund engineers to actually focus on problems. We can't assume that this community is just working for free and, looking out for billions and billions and trillions of dollars. That's not how this works.
Darkside, I see your hand up.
Yeah, wow. Woke up to quite the surprise this morning. Look, I think if the one thing I'm taking away from this was not like ultra low hanging fruit, right? This is the fear that we've been talking about LLM hacking on this show for over a year. And there is low hanging fruit in things like our power grid, our water systems, critical infrastructure, that this type of hacking would be far easier. So, look, I think this should be a wake up call, not just to the Bitcoin community, but to governments and infrastructure providers, that their systems are breachable. Even even really good systems are breachable, and what we're seeing, the proliferation of these frontier models and even smaller models programmed to hack, is extremely dangerous. We're crossing a chasm to a new world. I think Thomas touched on this, but man, like, the message here for me, obviously absolutely catastrophic for those that got hurt, and my heart goes out to them. But the real message here is we have much bigger problems than Bitcoin hardware wallets. And I don't know how you resolve this problem, because this stuff is in the wild, and there are teams of people and even nation states that are building systems, agentic AIs that are purposely driven to hack, right? That's what they're trained on, are hacking tools.
So, man, it's like I'm almost like shaking a little bit because, while this is god awful, just imagine what it would be like if our power went out across the entire country, or our water system went out in major cities, or banks. Now, obviously, we can talk about banks being backed up, but those backup systems could be taken out too. I mean, these tools in the hands of nation states, and especially nation states we're at war with, are devastating. And man, I'm literally shaken up today. And again, heartfelt. I mean, I don't even know what to say to people that got hurt. It's crazy. But we also have to focus on the bigger picture here, which is we are going into a new world. And I think Thomas kind of pointed to it. We've been talking about it on this show for a while. Agentic AI is a much greater threat than quantum, and we talk so much about quantum, but these AI systems have the ability to do unbelievable damage. And they are incredible. Like, the amount of calculations and the amount of work they can do. Someone estimated this hack was $10,000. Well, just imagine what a nation state could throw at hacking critical infrastructure. That's insane. So yeah, just crazy, guys.
Anon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is a question for Joe. There was some talk around the cold card changing its licensing from fully open source to like a source requestable. And it seems to be around this topic being raised, possibly. Like someone, I'm not sure entirely on the
Exactly.
clarity of
That's
it.
what it is. Yes, that's what I was
Yeah.
reading as well.
So what's the implications of that legally?
Well, again, like, the from a legal standpoint, right? The first question any litigator worth his salt will ever ask is, let's just say you win, you run the table, like, do they have money to pay you back? And that's like the most important question. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you got the greatest case in the world. If the guy's broke. Good luck getting any money. You're just gonna give lawyers a nice fat paycheck. And I'll just tell you, with the amount of losses that are at least public at this point, anybody who gets claims across the way, I mean, you run the risk of getting zero, because the entity will go bankrupt. Like, I don't understand people out there in this space, with all due respect, that are saying like, oh, well, you can just update the firmware and resolve it. I personally, and I like MVK. I like I've recommended CoinKite products in the past, and I'll own that for it is what it is. It's the facts. I think it's fatal. I think it's fatal to the operation. I think the enterprise is effectively dead as of today. Rest in peace. Pains me to say that. It's devastating to people, but I don't know how you recover from a systemic
You
scheme like
don't.
this. I think it's done.
Not possible, Joe.
It's
Not
done.
possible.
Fold it up.
Totally agree. Oh yeah. If you could short it, you should short it. I mean, there's no way they survive this. Um, Look, if I could just make a few comments here, because I've been really quiet last couple of weeks, really thinking a lot about Bitcoin. One, I find the timing on this to be exceptionally odd, in that we're doing the Clarity Act, or not doing it. There's a lot of instability around the whole core 110 thing. I'm not a big believer in coincidences, but it just seems like, well, here's a question for the group. What's the odds of us figuring out who did this? Whether you can grab them, or, snitch on them, or stabilize the situation. Is there a way will this guy remain anonymous? My understanding of the way the blockchain works, that's going to be really difficult. And has anybody considered this is an act, right? Like, this was timed. Because to me, the timing is very coincidental. This is damaging as shit for Bitcoin, in my opinion. Unless the whole community gets around. And I heard it said this morning very well. I'd never really heard it spoken of: sovereign Bitcoin versus IOU Bitcoin, or whatever you want to call it. Making this differentiation, I think, is really problematic for Bitcoin. And if we learn anything from this at all, we just got to get our like, is Gary Cardone a decent Bitcoiner or not? And if I'm gonna have to get lectured forever and ever, I just need to understand that, because it is marketing. I know you guys laugh about my marketing comments, but dude, bad marketing will destroy an awesome product quicker than anything in the world. So we got a lot of competition. I have never lost a penny from a bank. I've been banking longer than most of you guys have been banking. I have never lost a penny. I have been abused, attempted to be abused by a few banks, but like, once you understand what they're doing, their system, I can obfuscate most of that. And quite frankly, I don't go to bed at night worrying about all my money missing. Also, I have someone I can sue. Also, they have better security than me. Okay. And this has always been my problem with Bitcoin custody. One, why would we talk about it in public? I heard a man, he was in such dire straits last night. I think Joe was on the call, literally explain the processor he was using, all the, the codes. And see, somebody finally corrected him and said, bro, I know you got a problem, but you don't share all that information on a space with 1,000 people in it. Someone's now attacking your ass, right? So that's what I'd like to know. One, are we going to figure out who did this? And two, do any of you guys find this very, very coincidental? And how can the community start just treating anyone that's in the Bitcoin industry? It's cool, I don't have as fancy of a car as Grant does. I don't make my brother wrong about having a Rolls Royce. It's cool.
I don't have a
Well,
Rolls, bro.
whatever you
Stop it.
got, whatever you got.
Hey, what happened, by the way? Can somebody tell me what happened? I don't know what happened today.
Shit is fucked and totally crazy. But yeah, someone stole a bunch of money because there was a broken hardware wallet implementation for the random number generator.
Well, how much money was stolen? How much money was
I think
stolen?
it's 41 million at this count. Was it? I don't know if it's gone higher. It seems like 41 million was the last number I saw.
Joe thinks it's 2 to 3 times that size once we get all the details. It's a serious dig. It's a cold storage hack, Grant.
It's going to take a little bit of Gary. It's going to take Gary, I appreciate your comments too, by the way. I have something else I wanted to add, but I wanted to let people answer your question. But just to be specific for Grant's question, this was specifically some devices from a certain cold storage device manufacturer whose people's keys and access to their Bitcoin was swept. More will be known as time goes by with analytics and stuff, but it's moving fast and it is affecting a lot of people. People that were not affected were people who generated their own passwords to just keep it simple, even if they did have those devices and those versions.
Just to be clear,
Wait,
this is not like something that occurred. It's actively occurring. There's somebody DM'd me as of 5
Yeah.
minutes ago that they had their funds swept 30 minutes ago.
You're
Okay.
probably going to see more than
So
one batch of this come through.
this is like, for people to say, oh, it's only the X amount. Like it's an active thing right now. There's a profile of these out there that did not use dice for Entropy, and they're losing coins. So like if you're in that situation or know people that use cold cards, right? Like make sure there are people that are living their lives not on Twitter. You make sure they're aware of this. Like tell them to act now. Like there's no reason to panic, right? But act now.
So I would
Alex
say
just hit me up from.
there is reason to panic if you're, especially if you're using Cold Card Mark III. I think it's called the model name. What people should know, and maybe that will help people understand the type of the threat. This specific bug requires compute in order to find an exploit. So the bug is known, but in order to find wallets that are vulnerable and find their keys, it requires compute, which means it takes time. And you can assume almost for sure there are people right now, multiple cyber criminals right now who are aware of this and are running multiple operations, running, GPUs and stuff to find wallets that are vulnerable. So this is ongoing. The fact that someone didn't have their wallet swiped yet doesn't mean anything. All it means is that they didn't find you yet, but they're still looking. So I would say definitely panic if you have a cold card. When I say panic, doesn't mean like you should be with sweaty hands go and eat all of your coins into eternity by mistake. Definitely sit down, grab a glass of water, and take action clearly. But I wouldn't wait as a weekend project. Like, do it now.
Just a quick update. Alex Thorne from Galaxy Digital in the listeners hit me up and says the number's 70 million now. I guess it was 41 million earlier this morning, but 70 million now.
Hey,
Gary,
Gen X.
The massive damage here is the marketing.
Well, the good news
I mean,
is
we're going to be all over the news. The mainstream media is going to make hay with this motherfucker.
yes.
I mean,
Oh
make
yeah,
hay. Okay?
yeah.
Yeah,
I was
wait
wondering
until
if
they find
anyone
out
has
about this on
seen
LinkedIn in 3
anything
weeks.
yet. Has anyone seen anything with mainstream media yet? They're not covering it all.
I actually
mainstream
Gen X?
media won't
I
even
actually
cover this
think
story.
mainstream media, they'll talk about it, of course, but I think that this is actually more of a kind of hit to the hardcore Bitcoin community. There's probably very few quote unquote mainstream Bitcoin holders that read, Wall Street Journal religiously and use Cold Card. But it is a big hit to the type of people who are on Bitcoin Twitter and the type of people who are on Bitcoin Reddit and on these spaces, because we have been telling each other for a very long time that the safest thing you can possibly do is use Cold Card or similar things, and basically people who followed the quote unquote best practices to a T got completely fucked, unfortunately. So I think it's more going to be an emotional hit to that type of person.
Udi, can I disclaim
Yeah.
real quick?
I mean,
Just an example. Like I have one of those affected versions, and I had my own entropy, and I was not effective, as well as a lot of other people. Just to be clear about what we know for sure so far.
and that's what I do want to find out from you, Gen X. I wanted to kind of get a recap because I know I think you said you probably had an hour of sleep, perhaps, because you were up all night helping everyone, which is just amazing. So happy you did that. And I know there's countless others out there that were doing that as well. I mean, just wonderful for mainstream media, whoever wants to use this as a talking point.
Is it just me or
I can't
is
work like this.
Humble's mic really
yeah.
bad?
No, it's not just you. Terrence, what's going on over there?
Yeah, Humble.
We need a new host.
We're going to have to
Co-host.
drop you and bring you back. Yeah, you're getting into robot voice. I think what she was asking you, Gen X, is if you can just give a recap, because you were in triage mode 24/7 last night, as a lot of us were, just for the newer people that are coming into the space. And I can start it off real quick, just for those who don't understand, and to answer Grant's question. So Grant, it really is it's a specific company called CoinKite, and one of their hardware devices, the cold card, which is their hardware device, had a compromise in a bug. And this bug was not generating the proper entropy. As you know, these hardware devices do two things. And the first and main and most important thing it does is it generates this seed for you if you don't want to have to roll dice or flip coins. And to have proper entropy, you need to have enough randomness, and the bug was not allowing that. So it's almost like if you were to go to Google and generate a password, and how you say, yeah, pick a password, and it has, GFY dash what, blah, blah, blah. It would be as if every time you clicked that, it was giving you like A, B, C, D, E, F, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so an attacker could download all of those possibilities, which are now limited with broken and lower entropy, and they could just guess and guess and guess and guess. And that's why the wallets are continuing to be drained. And every single person who generated a seed word on a cold card MK3 and did not use a passphrase and did not roll dice will lose their Bitcoin if they don't move it. This is panic mode, and it will eventually reach the other devices, even though those had higher entropy, up to about 70 or 72 bits, is my understanding. It's still much lower than you need. A typical 12-word wallet should have 128 bits, which would give you 340 undecillion possibilities, which no computer known to man can break. and that's just with 12 words. So that's basically in a nutshell what happened, Grant. And it's a big L. It's a big L for the industry. It's a big L for self custody, and so we're owning it and just trying to offer people best practices on what to do going forward.
Udi, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know that Gary had asked a couple questions, and I don't think he was able to get an answer or response to them.
Sorry, was this directed at me?
Yeah, I mean, the real question is, hey, how easy is it going to be to track this group down? And do you guys find this very, like, I find it very timed. It's not good timing. I mean, it's the worst timing in front of the Clarity Act you would want.
I mean, if you
I don't
wanted to
know if
be a
that's going to influence it, but, well, we are all conspirators, man. Come on. I mean, this did happen at a bizarre time. Just after the 110 thing, and that's not even over. It's just, it's a drag.
I think the
yeah, there's
timing can be explained with the fact that we just had kind of bleeding edge open source AI models released very recently, like a week ago. That for the first time are extremely competitive with the Anthropic and OpenAI stuff. And once that is available, really anyone can find big issues in open source code. You just
No, it's that they can be run locally, Udi. The local running of the model is the most important thing, because that eliminates the forensic evidence that would trace it back if you're running it non-locally.
perhaps, yeah.
There is, I don't quote me, but some of the bigger brain friends of mine, to Gary's question, there's some evidence so far that based upon the signature of the attack and some of the criteria of it, that this was, somebody was using a model to do something with very specific targets being like how much they would go for. This would be like a specific batch, as if there's more. In my history in cybersecurity companies, usually you see, this is something I'm still kind of looking at, is was there something done? Because usually you test some things out really lightly just to see the efficacy of them before you really launch something. I don't know that, but there are some things that kind of allude to, one, I've heard that this person could have done a whole lot more, and that maybe they, like, there was signatures that why didn't they could have done more, and why didn't they? So still to be seen, but in some ways the more time that goes by, the harder it is to tell. So it's you've got all types of forensics and companies outside of Bitcoin looking at this as well.
To answer Gary's question, because he's asked it a couple times, basically, if you funds, you can undertake some chain analysis to try to uncover where they went. You can usually see what the receipt address went to, right? The problem becomes once those coins move into mixers or other means with which obfuscate the on-chain data, it becomes very difficult, particularly if they're running through other entities and those entities are not, providing KYC or not tracking it or storing it. Every hop in the chain, it becomes more and more difficult. There are examples, though, where hackers have gained access to various different coins. Where if they are stupid, if the hackers are dumb, which it doesn't sound like this is going to fit that bill, those coins can get marked. They can get in if they get into the hands of like Coinbase. The Coinbase will freeze those coins and can return the stolen property. I've been involved in a few of those cases, but the level of sophistication with this particular attack, my guess is they're not going to be that stupid to leave a trail and to leave an opportunity for the coins to find their way into the hands of someone who would be willing to turn it over to another party as stolen property.
This does bring up, I think about like 9/11 Patriot Act, to your question, Gary, like, yeah, well, now you get people that are a little bit more sympathetic to, hey, we need more guardrails. And I'd also caution of that, in isolating, like, okay, what was it specifically for what we know happened here? And as more evolves about it, that don't don't throw out the baby with the bathwater necessarily just because of this one thing.
You know, one of the interesting things on this is, and I know you were talking about the timing, is this being pushed up obviously against the last 2-3 weeks of the BIP 110. And when you're down here, you forget like how deep in the weeds people really are. And everyone that from the outside that has come in and you see this thing and what's normal for someone, oh yeah, just get a hardware wallet. And where the maxis become a purist and what do you mean you don't run a node yet? You don't have your wallet yet set up? And people down here arguing, well, is it monetary use? What about these JPEGs? And you forget something as simple as, and I think Udi may have references, someone that did everything right, everything correctly, everything they were told to be a true Bitcoiner, just got rug pulled. And there's no way around that. The lessons learned out of this, and I know it's early, people are, and they're still trying to uncover how much does this affect Mark IV, Mark V, whatever. But you're still looking at, okay, what the hell am I doing? Why do I have everything? Do I have everything on one location? What do I have to do moving forward? Do I have to split it up between leave some on an exchange? Do I have to leave some in a hardware? Do I have to put some in do I got to spread it out after a certain amount? Because this is how early things are. We don't know what's going on with AI. We don't know, like someone was saying, well, how come they didn't test this themselves? There's a lot of trust we still put into these companies. So there's a lot of soul searching that needs to be done here and come up with this narrative moving forward. It isn't easy. It isn't easy for, orange pilling people coming in, because even when it's hard and they're doing it the right way, things go wrong. And that's sad. My heart goes out to everyone that did everything correctly and they've still lost.
You brought up the 110 thing, and there is something that is pretty interesting. I don't know about the conspiracy stuff, but I will say there's something pretty ironic. I have a tweet that's burning a hole in my pocket, in my drafts, because I was going to take most of today off and not fucking dunk on people. But the vast majority of the most prominent 110 people have several tweets I was able to collect where they basically are holding covenants hostage, saying that they are not going to allow anything like that through. And reactive vaults could have definitely helped here. So those will be interesting to read.
Daniel. They could have slowed down the theft, but so can a multi-sig, so can a high entropy passphrase, right? Another tool we have, but I don't think it would prevent funds from being drained.
I think it's a little bit. I think you get a little bit of a better. I think there's better features you can get out of the vault constructions than pure multisig. So I would just say we spent 2 fucking years wasting our time instead of, who knows what we could have done in 2.5 years. I don't know. Maybe CTV is not the only thing we could have come up with, or vault constructions, but we certainly could have done better than what we did, and it took a bunch of our time. So I would say, in retrospect, I think everyone coming up with this emergency when we have actual stuff we can do to help people was not a good use of time, is all I'm saying. And there's a lot of interesting tweets where people are like, you give me this, I'll give you this, literally posing it as a hostage situation. So I hope, if there's any justice, that when 110 fails later this month, that we will instantly turn around and do covenants just to fucking spite them.
I don't think that's how Bitcoin.
I'm gonna, Hoddle, you're in the matrix just a little bit for me. I'm gonna drop down, but I just wanted to say, not like all kumbaya, but I've watched people from different demographics come in these past few years. I'm just gonna, not in a bad way, Grant and Gary, you guys come from a different world. And Grant, I think I watched Cardone Zone back in the day. This is one of those times where I think people from different interests, British Hoddle has a really good take for certain people on the way that they go about Bitcoin. And, some of the maxis, tree huggers, they think we all are, have a different take that suits people. But I do think it's worthwhile. There's some people who are hurting and in a really bad mental spot. And when people go through shit like this, and some of you might be listening, I started poor. I don't care how fucking old you are. I'm coming up on 50 soon, and dude, you can rebuild. I know it was precious, and there's this scarce thing, and I'm specifically calling out Gary and Grant because I know you guys come from humble backgrounds, and for people that think that you're just, TradFi, taking advantage of the credit system, all this stuff, I think there's more that you have to offer too in helping people understand, like, dude, you don't have to stay poor or whatever poor is to you. You can rebuild. I just wanted to say that because I know people's minds get really weird when they feel like they just lost 20 years of their life, and they got a family and they got parents to take care of. So I think that some of the other guys that have been through some shit, and ladies, could be helpful in kind of keeping some people's spirits up about, dude, you're down but you're not dead. So thanks.
Were you next, Anon?
Yeah, never let a good crisis go to waste, Daniel? Like, I haven't seen anybody politicize this around 110 except for you. So that was a pretty low blow to come in and start doing that. Everyone from the 110 side that I've seen has been equally concerned about this. So it's pretty ridiculous to say, like, I hope people are going to remember 110 distracted us. This is obviously because of the AI models that came out. So it's pretty smarmy to do what you just did.
I didn't say that they caused it. I just said that we could have been working on many things that might have
done
helped
any
people
number of
during the
things that
time.
you didn't know about. These are unknowns. It's just a smarmy thing to do, man.
What do you mean?
If you want, I can show you tweets from like Hoddle and other people that are using this in order to fight against non-110 people. This shouldn't be the point, though, right? Like, let's get.
I mean, that wasn't
let's
my
not
point.
turn this into that kind of fight.
That wasn't my point, though. My point wasn't they did it, obviously. My point wasn't they are nefarious and they directly caused it. It was, yes, I mean, we absolutely have diverted a ton of attention away from things that could have been beneficial to the cause of self-custodial holding and directed it at something that is A, going to fail, and B, futile. And there's no reason to do that. And could it have saved people if we had had better constructions? I don't know. It probably would have saved one person. There's probably someone out there if we had already done our work and not been distracted. I don't know why that's such a contentious statement. Focus is focus. Like we shifted focus to something else. We didn't ship this fucking thing for 6 years. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, does anyone hold any blame? I mean, I have tweets where they're literally saying no CTV, no covenants until I get my fork. So, like, at what point does someone bear responsibility for that? And that's not just obscure people on the internet. That's Luke, Cratter, Dathan, all these people making all these statements. I mean, if you're gonna hold something hostage, you're gonna tell me that I can't tweet about it later?
Daniel, I don't know if you were listening. Anon, can you just give me 1 second? Because I think this is turning a direction that we don't need it to go. This is literally the analogy I gave at the beginning where somebody on a bicycle wasn't wearing their helmet, didn't listen when they were supposed to look both ways, etc. And now they're laying in the street bleeding with a fractured leg. And it's not the time to assess blame and to say, well, you dum-dums on that side, you should have worn a helmet, whatever. It's a time to perform triage, get this person to the hospital, and we can sort this kind of stuff out later, but I would really hope we could dedicate this space to not throwing crap back and forth, especially this BIP 110 stuff, but maybe just keep it focused on more triage kinds of things. So with
Sorry,
that,
Paul.
Okay, Anon, hang on a second, because Bitcoin Hobbyist has been waiting for quite a while. Go ahead, Bitcoin Hobbyist.
Hey guys, thank you very much. I have 2 points I'd like to make, if that's okay. And they're both about entropy and key generation. So starting with the first, I wanted to talk about the dice rolls because I feel it's really important for everyone to know. As far as I can tell and the research I've done, there's no real standard as to generating entropy and a private key based on dice rolls. Yes, there are implementations, obviously, but there's no real standard. And something that I wanted to point out is with a dice, of course, you have like 6 numbers. But if you convert that to binary, you get 3 bits. And what that means is essentially the 0 is more common than the 1. So you need to implement a way to remove this bias. And that is why there's no standard and different implementations of doing it. So what I'm trying to get at is, even if you're using dice, there's no guarantee that you're absolutely safe, because you have to make sure that the implementation handles this bias in a
There's
secure.
calculators. There's plenty of calculators out there that will demonstrate that each role.
Absolutely, yeah. But again, you're trusting, right? And there might be a bug somewhere, is what I'm trying to get at.
I mean, these calculators are, I mean, like 2 + 2 is always going to be 4 in a calculator, right? Like, I think the calculators, like the SHA-256 calculators,
No, but Mr. Hoddle, the thing is, because my research are two widely used implementations. One is to use the base 6 values, hash them, and then get the entropy from that. That's one approach. Another approach would be to disregard or throw away kind of the bias. So you end up
but we
with a fair.
know that the cold card dice, when you use dice to generate a seed with the cold card, there's no bugs in that, right? Like people have roll dice, and you could check. I mean, you could check on another hardware wallet, right? If you want to be sure that what you rolled is the same seed that you got on multiple devices. But rolling dice is as trustless as you could possibly get. When you roll your own entropy, I mean, sure, fine. If you have some monopoly dice and it keeps rolling a 3 and a 4, get some decent dice. But there is no better way than rolling your own entropy, like not trusting the software, not trusting the hardware to do it for you. Like there's no substitute
Absolutely,
for
I
it.
agree, and I totally agree that the best and secure way is to, like you said, do it on multiple systems and confirm that you get the same output.
How
But yeah,
reasonable is it to assume that many people will do this? This is my concern in all this. Someone was analogizing this to not wearing your seatbelt or not looking both ways crossing the street. Checking your dice rolls for biases and figuring out the right implementation. Like, if that is what is going to take to onboard people to self-custody, this is a
Zach.
really big
Bitcoin.
threat to Bitcoin.
I've been repeating this fucking forever. Like this is not for everyone. Like this is literally not for everybody. Like
this is not for almost anyone. What you're describing.
I would not say anyone. I mean, obviously, people are doing it safely. I had an
I said almost anyone. A tiny percentage.
Right.
Of people.
I mean, most people are safer having their hands held with CASA, like a custodian, especially the older generation. Right. Like they're not. I'm not expecting my grandmother to understand how fucking cold card works. Like I'm not expecting that. I think people are over time, especially the younger generations, are going to learn private public key technology. Like this is something that you have to teach humans. Like
it's not just cold card. The other wallets don't even let you roll dice. Right. This is a fundamental threat to the ability to have widespread self custody, and I think that is something that you need to sort of look
you could roll
squarely in the
dice.
face
You
because it's
could
a real problem.
all wallets, all hardware
you
wallets.
can roll dice. It's unreasonable to expect.
I'm not
many
expecting.
people to do that.
I'm not expecting it. I'm not. I'm
Bitcoin's
expecting.
in real trouble.
I'm not expecting my grandmother to roll the dice, but I'll do it for her. Right? I'm the Bitcoin guy in the family. Like I'm not expecting.
There are a lot of people who are not grandmas who are affected by this. I don't understand the
I
grandmas.
agree. I agree. I agree. I mean, listen, it's a shitty
like
situation.
take seriously. Like actually think about what percentage of people on Earth are going to be able
Zach,
to
I
create
was
appropriate
just
entropy on their
at
own.
someone's house that had a treasure that hasn't, she generated this seed on a treasure in 2013 and it's completely fine. There's no bugs in that,
For now, but Trezor has open source code and firmware.
LLMs.
And what
This is a
generation model is
dicey.
Let's let Dave in here too, fellas. Good to see you again, Dave.
Yeah, good afternoon. So the funny part, I can't see it. It sounded like Zach's voice talking. I don't know if that was him. But the reality is the vast majority of people on the planet are going to look at Bitcoin as an asset. They may dabble with a small percentage of their wealth in self-custody, but they're never going to put most of their wealth in self-custody for the same fucking reason that people don't put all their dollar bills and all their cash in mattresses. It's that simple. Even when you use a bank and you use safe deposit boxes, you have two keys, right? So Bitcoin has multi-sig. There will be multi-sig implementations and with trusted counterparties that hold the other key for you. And all these things are going to evolve. But the notion, if anybody who believes that Bitcoin UX UI right now is ready for prime time for everybody to use it, whether it be grandma, whether it be my wife, or whether it be me. I mean, I guess I'm in the older generation, but I'm pretty technical. run software companies, etc. I mean, I'm not going to trust all my wealth in self custody. I wouldn't, even if it was for the stupidest reason of a wrench attack. If although I don't even keep my device in the same place as my seed phrase, they're kept completely separate, right? But the fact is that it is absolutely irrational to think that Bitcoin is going to gain mass adoption without using without using trusted, whether it's custodians, exchanges, products that abstract away the risk. It's not going to happen. And so all the people in the Bitcoin community who think that you will get to hyper Bitcoinization without that, it's a complete circle jerk. I mean, it makes no fucking sense.
But Dave, that's not like, it's worse than that, right? Like Bitcoin, the asset, right? The Bitcoin digital gold, Bitcoin freedom money depends on not on everyone's self-custodying, but it depends, I think, to some meaningful extent on people's ability to, if they so choose, reasonably self-custody. And if we're narrowing that pool from, you need to buy a hardware wallet and watch a BTC sessions video on YouTube to you need to do dice rolls and
No,
double
come
check the
on.
entropy with a calculator, like that's like bad.
But
That's
I
that's a
bad
mean,
good
news.
Zach,
thing, but that's not going to
in
be the
20,
case. But that's
Zach,
not not the case. Let's not
Zach,
overreact here. I don't know what percentage of
2013.
self custody.
But I don't know. I think AI may have changed the calculus on this, and so like setups that we would have considered reasonably secure for most people, right? Like are just not reasonably secure anymore.
Yeah, but Zach, we've had bugs that
I don't want that to
generated.
be true. I'm a big proponent of self custody. I think self custody is wonderful, but like this is a serious problem. I think we need to
Okay,
reckon with.
so let me ask you a question, Zach. If you believe in the free market, which I do, I can in my brain think of multiple ways to combat this. I can already think about it, and I'm not the smartest person on this space. I'm not even close.
Zach, blockchain.info, I would argue, had many more users than Cold Card did. And so when blockchain.info's key generation got compromised in 2013, that didn't end Bitcoin. That didn't end Bitcoin's self custody. Like this happened this is not the first
No,
time.
2013,
it was
2013 was a very
different.
different time.
It's a different time.
The
I
value
know.
loss was
I get it.
lower. The
I
type
know.
of holders was different.
Yeah,
We're
I
in a
agree.
different time.
I agree. There's
So then why are
much
you
more
using
value.
disanalogies if you know it's different?
I mean,
Like
the
let's deal with what's
the point
happening
is
today.
that key generation from a specific wallet provider has been broken in the past. This isn't new.
Look, the point that I'm trying to make is these are solvable problems, right? And the fact that people can still get insurance and there's all sorts of stuff that you can do. Now, I don't know if there's an exploit on.
You can get insurance on your single sig
No,
wallet
not
that you
now.
bought on the
No,
internet.
not now. But you don't think that there are? You don't think? Well, in fact, there are companies.
How do you insure? You probably know a bit about insurance, right? Like there are certain types of perils you can and
I
cannot
don't
insure,
believe a single
and
sig wallet will ever
you
get
can't
insurance.
insure something. You can't insure something that's going to be a catastrophic, widespread loss like terrorism and nuclear war and stuff like that. That's going to wipe out all of your insureds. And if we are worried that going forward, LLMs will get powerful enough that they can mass disrupt or like reverse engineer whatever is supposed to create entropy in single sig hardware wallets, I don't know how you could possibly ensure that.
No, I mean, but at the end of the day, you're right. If it's a singularity event, but I haven't seen any information that that's a single.
Well, we've had the first data point that such thing, it probably not a coincidence on the week that like Kimi K3 is available to the public without the hacking safeguards. Like whatever you think about AI policy, and look, this is a difficult question, and like Fable nerfing people is its own questions, but like the open source powerful implementation just came out on Monday, and then on Wednesday we had the first of these kind of attacks. It looks like it came from just someone throwing lots of GPU power. Like we have to at least reckon, if you care about Bitcoin, you have to reckon with the possibility that this is a new paradigm, that we can't just make flip comparisons to 2013 or say, just learn how to derive
But
entropy
Zach,
with
that's
7
not what
sets
I'm
of
saying.
casino dice. Like we got to live in the real
That's
world.
not what I'm saying. First of all, you can get renter's insurance on your contents, and if you're stupid enough to leave your doors unlocked, or if you have shitty locks and shitty whatever, you can insure it. So there will be ways, but nobody is stupid enough to put their entire net worth on in one place that's physically where they are, or that's a single sig wallet. If you are, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. I'm not telling everyone about.
You've been on Twitter the last couple of years where in rooms like this, the advice is go all in on
Okay,
Bitcoin and don't worry, you can just buy a cold
no,
card.
well, maybe. I've heard,
I
but let me
promise you've heard
defend
that.
Lauren
Come
and
on, come on.
Terrence for now, because I have sat in
If
this
I've ever
space.
said that, please forgive me. It was
No,
horrible
you've
advice.
never said. At least
Yeah,
I've
no, I
never
try
heard you.
not to give that kind of
What
advice.
I have heard you talk about are both multi-sig and time locks. That's what I've heard you talk about. For people who are truly going to be in cold storage, both multi-sig and time locks. And look, if that's just logical. But Zach is right in one respect, where you and I agree that there are people who need to be shaken out of the complacency. Being complacent in an era of AI, advancing as fast as it is going to cause all sorts of problems. And it's going to cause, believe me, if they're hacking Bitcoin wallets, they're going to be hacking the amount of financial losses from hacks based on data security is going to be much, much worse. I mean, I can't even conceive of anybody who thinks their social security number, address, driver's license are safe at this point. And who knows how many financial institutions and identity thefts and all the stuff that's going to happen. We just haven't heard about it, because here's the difference, Zach. In Bitcoin, you hear about it immediately. But my guess is the shit that's happening this week is off the friggin' charts, and we're not going to hear about it for months. But we'll see. My point is, these are technically solvable problems. And I would like to see, I'm not saying that any of the stuff that's going on in the community is distracting. I'm not going to go that far. But what I will say is the ability of the community to adapt, the ability of entrepreneurs to come up with solutions that are usable to the average person so that it's abstracted away so they're not rolling frigging dice. That really does matter. And as I said, I do believe that people will do that. And if not, then I'm going to try to find some partners and
It
do it.
already exists. It already exists. This is the problem with the discussion. I came back up because it's very clear people don't understand what the issue is. The issue is not with the random number generator. The issue is a code defect in the way the random number generator communicated with the pseudo random number generator. So this is a CoinKite.
Hey, Joe, is there any way to
code
improve your
defect.
audio? It sounds like you're talking through a pillow. Your audio is horrible. Is there anything you can do to tweak that?
Yeah,
Oh,
is it
yeah,
better
way
now?
better.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
way
much,
better,
much
Joe.
better. Thank you.
Joe,
Okay, just very briefly.
I was just going to say, just to address what Zach said, because I'm totally with you. As usual, we agree. What Zach is saying is that we don't know what the extent of it is. That's his point, and it's accelerating quickly. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
No, but that's a mischaracterization, respectfully, of what's going on. This was a CoinKite specific issue with how their random number generator interacted with the pseudo random number generator, and it's a clear defect in how they made that integration into the code. So, like, it's not a question that everybody's going to have to roll dice. Like, Trezor and Ledger are demonstrating that right now because they haven't had any issues. Right? This is a CoinKite specific defect that they failed to mitigate in their own code in how these two features interacted with one another. So that's very different from some widespread, we have to have everybody rolling dice at this point. So I challenge that supposition.
I think Josie is Shinobi. They're the same person. We're just figuring that out. Thanks, Terrence. Hey, there are hands down there. I don't see who is next. Terrence or Humble, did you guys see who's up next?
I see Dark and Pleb.
Yeah, so just real quick on the Kimi K3 point. Look, I don't know. Obviously, none of us know, but I doubt it was Kimi K3. For the last year, red teams, professional red teams, purple teams have been designing coordinated models, coordinated open source models, so that they're far more powerful than even the most powerful single frontier model. And I suspect that's what's behind this. Of course, I have no idea. But the real fear here, Joe, absolutely agree. This was a CoinKite specific issue. The question I'm asking myself, quite frankly, is at what point does the AI become powerful enough just to beat the damn, well programmed random number generator, right? Like if you throw enough power at this, is it possible using a coordinated attack to break good software?
That
Forget
means
about
that means cryptography can no longer exist.
right.
What you're
Well,
basically saying is cryptography is flawed.
Well,
I'm
there's
not
no
saying it's flawed.
just
I'm
to be
just saying that it can be broken, right? Like,
no,
are we going to?
even
Excuse me.
quantum
Just
computers, I mean, it depends what you're talking about broken. If you're talking about actually targeting something like random number generation, like that's usually done on a hardware level if it's done right. So that in itself can't really be attacked by AI, like the hardware. Maybe if there's a design flaw, it could find it. But like the concept of cryptography is still rooted in something that isn't susceptible to quantum computing and AI. Like one-time pad, for instance, there's like several types of baseline cryptography that are not going to ever really be susceptible to these sorts of things. So I don't think it's about getting a master AI that just solves all the math problems. Like there's some that are fundamental.
No, understood. I'm simply suggesting that what we see in the marketplace, like Kimi K3, I personally know that there are systems exponentially more powerful than those that exist, right? That have been purposefully built for red teaming and purple teaming.
Oh, we'll
So,
find many more critical flaws, I think. Absolutely. Like you'll find critical hardware flaws that aren't like things that are like in their design, like something, it'll look up design docs, it'll, imply and infer things and be able to I think there'll be a lot of breaches. Absolutely.
Agreed. This is just a really scary time. And again, this is not Bitcoin specific. This goes to every facet of our lives. But it's absolutely crazy how fast all of this is coming about.
The trippy one that is even more, I mean, that's not a Bitcoin thing, but like that scares me more about hacks like this is like when we start getting humanoid robots in people's houses and it's like, then you have a break. And imagine, a nation state attacker is like, well, there's like 3 million robots in all these homes. I mean, how many people could you kill in a mass casualty event where you were able to, you know what I mean? Like, that's like so much crazier. And I think these are all things that are going to eventually happen in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Lauren just asked me if the sex robots will do that too.
Yeah, but I mean, to that point, right? Like you can do a power grid or a water system and probably
That
kill more
was
people than
between us.
humanoid robots. It's really scary stuff. We're just going down. We're going down the unknown, and we're all going down it together. But man, just again, my heart goes out to everybody who's been affected, and I think we have to kind of review digital security. Outside of
It will
Bitcoin.
take a crisis. There's going to have something really bad happen for policymakers to wake the hell up and do something. It's always the case. It never changes.
Yeah,
Let's hit pleb and then Paula.
100%, Jeff.
Hi. So I'd like to finish my previous point because I got cut out earlier. What I was trying to say is that with the dice roll thingy, there doesn't seem to be a standard for it. And I'm just saying it would be really nice if a BIP were to exist that formalizes and standardizes the approach to key generation using the dice rolls. That's what I wanted to say on that. I have a technical question. Maybe, I don't know, Terrence or someone, Udi maybe, or someone technical can answer. But my question is, so let's say I have two wallets. One is single-sig and the other is multi-sig. At the end of the day, they're both 256 bits of Entropy wallets, right? So my question is, and I know it's very, very not probabilistic, but in theory, there could be a collision with SHA-256. And I know, again, it's almost impossible because if that were to be the case, then it's not cryptographically secure, and we have much, much, much more bigger problems. But my question is, with a single sig wallet and a multi-sig wallet, since at the end of the day they're both 256-bit wallets, why does one offer more security than the other?
Because it's not the wallet that we're talking about as it relates to what has happened in the last 24 hours. It's the seed generation. It's the
Yes, I'm not
keys.
talking about Cold Card and what happened in the last 24 hours.
But
I
it's
think in
related because when you
general,
have more. Oh, go ahead, Udi.
I think in general, when people say that multi-sig is more safe, is just because it offers you more room for mistakes to happen. So if you have, for example, if you have a multi-sig between multiple vendors and there's a bug that is specific to cold card, but you only have one cold card and two other, one Trezor, one Ledger, then you will survive that. Or if there's a bug in the software, or if you operated one of them incorrectly, or whatever it is, it's just kind of more ways for you to save yourself if something bad happened. That's the reason. It's not about the entropy.
Put very simply, it's the same principle that every company uses in software, which is no single point of failure. In this case, no single point of weakness.
Yeah, and also in this case, pleb, let's say mistakenly or purposefully created two of your three keys using cold cards, and those were compromised. It's going to be tougher for them to find the match of those two than just one. So it does give you a little bit more time. Paula.
Hi, everyone. I have a comment and then a question for you, Terrence. A lot of people have been saying that this hurts Bitcoin. And also this week, the plaintiffs came out to sue Apple for the fake Sparrow wallet. I interviewed one of them a while ago. And so that also came out this week. But most people I know have no idea that either of these things are going on. It's mostly Bitcoiners that know about this cold card issue. And my question was just for if you have a newer cold card and you didn't do the dice roll, are they also recommending you move your funds?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
And immediately.
I believe you called Odie from the old
No, that's
Garfield
you.
days. Anyway, we have a bunch of new
He's Udi.
speakers.
I actually have a friend
I've been
named
Cold
Udi.
War things.
I
It's
know.
fine.
Yeah, a hood whose name is Udi. He's a movie
Oh,
producer,
really?
friend of mine.
How interesting. Thanks
Yeah.
for sharing.
That's how I knew what Udi meant. Yeah.
Nice.
And Terrence, one other question. You definitely think cold card will fail because of this?
Absolutely. This is
Yeah.
catastrophic. You can't come
We were
back from
talking to
it.
Joe
And
about
so
that earlier.
if you have a key on there, I would get out of there. And even if you have to, I don't care if it's Robinhood or Cash App or Coinbase, just go straight back to where you bought it, and then you can optimize and upgrade your setup and then get out of there.
Well, I only had a little bit in cold card because it's a little bit complicated, and
Okay, well, just send it to me then.
and I also believe it's silly to have all of your eggs in one basket, right? But yeah, I hear you. Get out of that one. I don't trust it anymore, so I get that.
Yeah, that's why Lauren has 5 ex-wives.
That's
Don't
the
put it
true
all in one
story.
basket.
I keep getting
Well,
asked
that
that
works
question.
for some people.
It's true. Hey, we have Simon. Dan's up here. Simon, what are your thoughts on this whole catastrophe?
Hey guys, been through many moments like this in Bitcoin, but I think this is definitely it's a really big point. It's a really big turning point. You kind of have a couple of directions. You go from here. You take this as a serious warning, and you decide to really double down on deliberately engineering your strategy. That thing you may have been putting off. Whether it's the multi-sig, whether it's looking at diversification of strategies. But yeah, it's awful when this happens to people, particularly in the hardware wallet space. I think I can't help but see where this goes in terms of the convenience of the timing. This, I think, will drive a lot of people into custody. It will drive a lot of people into and for the right reasons. If you feel like you can't self custody, then it's a rational thing for you to do. But at the same time, I can see whose interest this serves at the end of the day. And so this is a centralizing event for us. It's a thing to learn from. It would definitely make the ecosystem react and figure out how to respond to these vulnerabilities and become stronger. And hopefully, it's an opportunity for everyone to learn how these things work. I'm sure everyone has learned a lot from this event, and it's really tragic if it's somebody's entire savings on the line here. But I hope they can recover from that. And I just can't help but see that there's a lot of centralizing forces right now. And the fact that Claude is able to, perform and figure out these attacks, everyone's going to have to get like stronger and stronger, and everything's going to have to get stronger and stronger, and it will get stronger as a result of it. But these are really centralizing forces, and they're happening from every vector. A lot of people are just going to say, as I said, for the right reasons, screw it, I'll just get an ETF. And so that economic node of BlackRock is getting increasingly stronger. And the custodians are the ones that are going to benefit from this attack. So just be aware, there are a lot of centralizing attacks right now. And everyone wants your Bitcoin, including BlackRock.
True story. We did hear that message earlier in this space. Let's hear from Dan Held before we go to Daniel Burr. What's going on, Dan?
Hey guys, how's it going? So obviously a horrible day for everybody. I think that, these sort of moments are just really scary and really shitty. And I think a lot of people forget that Hoddle is not just about holding on through price volatility, it's survival. I mean, Mandrick, a former blockchain.com employee, him and I used to work together there. We were some of the first employees at blockchain.com. They had a random number generator, an RNG exploit back in 2014. And people forget that these things can happen. But surviving, surviving Mt. Gox collapsing, surviving all sorts of other stuff. Hodl is really about survival, both in price and cold storage. Also, I think something that people forget too is that, and I've said this often publicly, you should do self-custody if you trust yourself, right? And that's where, should grandmother self-custody? Actually, I think that's a pretty fuzzy question. Like, grandma, if she trusts herself, sure, but her memory's failing and stuff. So like, if you do set up, her own self-custody, you probably should have a copy of it, right? Like, there's all sorts of nuances with self-custody, and I do feel like, 2019, 2020 on, that wave of podcasters, kind of like Bitcoin, the new Bitcoin maxi Puritan types, really push self-custody in what I would call a kind of a reckless manner, versus the more nuanced understanding of like self-custody is the goal. 100%, I agree. But should we throw noobs into the deep end of the pool? I don't really think that's the best way to do it. I think, you have a combination, right? Like it's a much more nuanced understanding of responsibility. For example, let's say a noob buys Bitcoin, buys $1,000 worth. Maybe they move half of it into self-custody to try it out for a little while. Maybe they run through a scenario where they have to use their backup, where, for example, they have to wipe their Trezor or Ledger and, and restore it. That's a more nuanced perspective of like private key management comes with great responsibility. And, I also think too, the kind of the recent wave of podcasters, and I really want to hammer this point home, were grossly negligent in recommending Cold Card. The only reason why they recommended Cold Card wasn't due to the technical or brilliance of NVK. They recommended it because it was quote unquote pure. It was shitcoin free, all that other bullshit. No, it was an amateur operation. You didn't have, Ledger and Trezor. Sure, they've had, email leaks and stuff like that, but they never had an RNG exploit. And that's like an extremely material issue. And that just goes to show that, like, fuck your purity test, fuck all the bullshit of, oh, they're Bitcoiners, they're good people or not. No, Bitcoin doesn't fucking care about that. The protocol doesn't give a shit. Neither do attackers. You should use products built by professionals. And so, whether it be Cold Card or Swan, both have had very, very massive risks to their business due to what I would call gross incompetency. And certainly, like, shitcoiners have a bunch of gross incompetency too. But the main point I'm trying to make, just because they're Bitcoiners doesn't make it good or doesn't make it better than anything else.
So here's a question in a different direction. I'm curious about, someone said like, okay, it's bad timing in terms of Clarity Act and stuff. Well, isn't there, I guess there's two sides of that. Like, what is more likely, that it's used against or for Clarity, and what would the arguments be? I mean, could you say like, could you make a political argument, even if it wasn't exactly accurate, that like, hey, we need Clarity because look at what happens, we don't have it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more of a question. I'm not actually asserting either way. I'm just wondering what the actual effect would be.
Well, can I jump on that one because it's pretty damn obvious that it's for, and it's because, and this has nothing to do with, with this attack, but Senator Lummis has been making the point and pounding the table on the point that those who want to leave coins on exchanges, but without clarity, in the case of a bankruptcy, they're screwed. Clarity explicitly gives crypto service providers the ability to segregate customer assets in the event of bankruptcy, just like securities are. And that's a very big deal. And so it's unambiguous. And that's the only way that it can happen. So, people will try, I'm sure Elizabeth Warren will try to contort herself to spin it in a different direction, but it's pretty damn obvious.
So what you're saying is just by and large, this happening would push clarity forward more so than backward.
Well, it should. I mean, look, clarity is a political football, right? We understand it's much more about Trump hate and this, that, and the other thing without getting into the specifics. But the truth is that one of the major aspects of clarity is the ability for crypto firms to protect customer assets and segregate them. And this creates more impetus for that. I think that's very straightforward, or should be. And if it isn't, people aren't looking at it right.
It is a bit misguided as well, because whether they're client assets or not, if a custodian has their Bitcoin hacked, it is a liability to the customer. And whether you separate, having been through some of these bankruptcies, whether you separate or not, they all get combined into one balance sheet if you don't have the money. And so at the end, it comes down to the balance sheet of the institution. If, for example, if BlackRock has a ginormous balance sheet and they could cover the entire IBIT and they get hacked, then they got the balance sheet. If the company's Celsius or FTX or Mt. Gox and they don't have the balance sheet, doesn't matter if it's client money or not once it's hacked, because they ain't got the money.
Well, yes and no, Simon. You're that's sort of true and sort of not true. Yes, to the extent that it's a hack and they're drained and there's nothing left. Yeah, then you'd be right. To the extent that it makes it much more difficult to do the outright theft that FTX and Celsius did, then that's not true. Because what could happen, a very reasonable thing that is the most likely scenario, isn't theft. It's I claim to have these customer assets. I have these customer assets. Those are there. But one of our other businesses did something horrendous and we got screwed and now we're bankrupt. Or now we need penny to give people creditors penny on the dollar, and customer assets aren't segregated, then those customers get in line with everybody else. And of course, we all know that the attorneys make more money than everybody else in that scenario, but that's a different story. It does create a significant help. Now, the truth is, in securities law, what they did is they did that, what I just said, and then they also set up a government trust fund called SIPC to protect it as well. And Clarity doesn't do that, but it doesn't stop an industry from getting together and pushing for that. But the first step is to be able to segregate assets. It's to your point, it's necessary but not sufficient. But it is necessary, and that is worth saying.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Regulations as a vehicle for forcing institutions to segregate client assets is a really good thing, because left to their own devices, institutions always put their finger, put their hand in the cookie jar when it comes to bankruptcy of their company. But in relation to just this attack vulnerability, so if politicians were going to weaponize what's happened here for Clarity Act, this is a hack vulnerability, and so if these were client funds as a result of an institution holding them in a hardware wallet, this vector also applies to the custodian, because at the end of the day, BlackRock's dependent upon Coinbase's security. So at the end of the day, this is going to lead to, if Clarity Act pass, and then they said you have to have a segregated custodian, then everyone's going to be picking Fidelity and Coinbase. So all in all, this is an incredibly centralizing force, and Clarity Act passing is only going to accelerate that, particularly when we've had a hardware wallet hack that they can weaponize. But really, at the end of the day, in relation to this, it's if this hack was client money or anyone else's money, it's still the same issue. I do think there's a lot of centralizing factors here, though, that are happening all at the same time. So whether it needs to be coordinated or not is going to be weaponized. And so at the end of the day, Bitcoin as a project survives as long as there are still those that are able to secure their own wallets and self custody and run nodes.
Simon, that
If no one
also,
if no one can do that, then there is no Bitcoin. It's just BlackRock coin.
yeah, but BlackRock coin is going to have to secure these coins too. And like, if like this is a problem, I think, not just for the individual user. This is a problem for like everyone, like including custodians. Like, I think this is bigger than people think it is. I think this is I think it's just more than Bitcoin. I think we're about to see a whole new world, and I'm not sure how that's going to look.
I agree, but this is a sophisticated multi-sig setup. The hardware wallets at the end of the day are for the individual user. And so if everyone's going to say the only people that can have sophisticated multi-sig setups with a massive security budget to make sure that they're always looking at the latest thing, if the answer to that is only Coinbase can do that, and everyone takes that answer, then Bitcoin as a project is useless. There's still going to have to be a community effort for us all to figure out how do we continue to securely self-custody, and that's not for everyone, but those that want to be involved in ensuring that Bitcoin is still a sovereign project that helps people free themselves from the same institutions that want to custody your Bitcoin, that are funding all the wars and everything that's happening in the world right now, then there has to be a set of people that still stay on that mission. And there's a cost and a benefit to it. The cost is that if you get it wrong, it's financially fatal unless you're diversifying. So, mixing up your risk there is an important thing. But it's fatal as well if we all end up saying Coinbase is the only one that can do it. That's fatal to the project as well.
Hey, Hoddle, you said it changes things, like this dramatically changes things. I don't mean to be crass at all here. There is like a glass half full, which is if this thing loses $100 million, that's terrible. It's really bad for everyone involved. But maybe the wider ecosystem, the financial ecosystem, looks at it and isn't quite so spooked because, like, altcoin shitcoin land, like losing $100 million, that's just called like a Tuesday. So they've kind of like softened it up for us.
Honestly, Daniel, I think it's because it's such a small user base. Like, most people were not using cold cards, right? Like, most people, even even in the hardware world, it's Ledger, which is closed source, which actually benefits them in this situation. LLMs can't go snooping around closed source things. You have Treasure, seems fine. Seems keys that were generated in 2012 are still good. This was a bug. This was a fucking bug in generation of entropy. Like, that's what this is. I don't think so.
It's a code. It's a code bug that led to a massive loss. I'm just saying that maybe there's a certain degree of desensitization because of what we've seen in shitcoin land with like 100 million pop after 100 million pop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
irony. I'm not saying this on purpose or not, but if you think about it, the culture of CoinKite was the OG Bitcoin purists that wanted to run their own node and wanted like a bit more flexibility. And because there's lots of wallets with small balance, that's the Bitcoin plebs. So in the end, whether coordinated or not, this was an attack on the Bitcoin maxi purist with a small balance. I'm sure some people had large balance. I haven't done the chain analysis yet. But normally, that would be a default setup for somebody that really wanted to be a Bitcoin purist. So it's a niche attack. And yeah, I think Trezor and Ledger are storing significantly more value than Cold Card.
I think people need to remember that this is a very obscure, very little used tool. Like CoinKite is it's Puritan maxis use this, but no material businesses or mass consumers use this product. So I just don't think it's that material in the grand scheme of things. And I think that a week from now, no one will
They might
really
use the
remember this.
products, but I have a hard time believing they're allowing hardware wallets generating their keys. Like, I think the generation of keys are because that's the issue here, right? It's not physical access and try to extort the key. It's the literal part of generating the key. And I think most institutions aren't trusting any hardware wallet to generate their keys. I think they're doing it the way it's supposed to be done, right? Like, I'm not saying you should be doing it, but if you are holding lots of money, I don't think you're going to trust any device to generate entropy for you. I think you're going to do it yourself. Doesn't Cloudflare use like heat lamps for entropy or something like that?
Famously, they did use heat lamps and a visual capture of them because they were actually very random.
I mean,
There's
that's
a wall
it.
of lamps.
That's this. They know entropy. Like, people that are doing generating keys know entropy. They know how that works. And
yeah, absolutely.
Most people don't, but people that their job is to create keys and secure keys. They know exactly how all this works. And I doubt many of them are using hardware wallets to generate their entropy.
We brought up like different kinds of hardware wallets. One thing I'd note, I think I noted it earlier, but I think it bears repetition if there's a lot of people in the space. I use Foundation for my stuff, and I saw a post by them where they crawled through the code. The reason it's apropos is they used to be a fork, effectively. They're heavily modified now, but of the cold card stuff, the same libraries before MVK removed the license, and there was some worry like, okay, well, because they shared that, are they vulnerable? And I saw something that said that they were not. So
no, that's they're definitely not. Foundation is definitely not vulnerable to this attack. But yeah, I think all hardware wallets. I mean, if you're getting a hardware wallet, you're going through the process of generating a seed. Yeah, I understand. Trezor probably doesn't have a way for you to create your own entropy, but like, there are other softwares that you could download locally without internet, and you could do it. You could check it. So I mean, if you are going to go that route, if you are going to go towards self-custody, I personally wouldn't trust any manufacturer generating their seed. So that's just me.
You can always do the external dice rolls, obviously, and then just import them into whatever your favorite device is.
That's the whole thing. Like,
I mean, that's the best practice.
That's a cold card is not insecure if your seed isn't insecure, right? Like, MK3, if your seed was generated, with your own entropy, that cold card's not insecure. It's only insecure if you allowed it to generate the entropy for you. So, I mean, all these hardware wallets, I mean, as long as your seed is safe, you could import them into basically any hardware wallet, right? Like, you should be pretty good. Just depends on how your seed. It all depends on your private key. But you don't.
Which really is the lesson here from it. So if anyone wants to take away the lesson, is how did you generate the seed phrase? Then
That's
that's
the
what everyone
number
needs to
one
figure
thing.
out.
That's the most important thing, because I'm not like, these hardware wallets to sign transactions offline are still much easier than you doing it with the computer, right? Like, I think partially signed Bitcoin transactions changed the whole game. And now, as long as your seed is secure, as long as you generated that seed securely, I think all the hardware wallets are fine. It just all depends on how you generate that seed.
Yeah, and ideally with a multi-sig seed generation, which is the new user experience that these hardware wallets are going to have to really. I mean, this has always been the challenge. Like, this is the challenge ahead. Like, if people are going to be storing serious value, then you're going to have to.
Yeah, but even when you're storing multi-sig, if all 3 or 4 keys are compromised from when you generated them, that multi-sig is not going to buy you much time. Like, the generation of the key itself is what's like the most important thing. Yeah, of course, multi-sig definitely will help, but what's really, really, really important is how those keys got generated. Like that is the number one thing.
You know, I wonder if this will spur any new, you know, I mean, I hope it does, some newer forms of, you know, both on-chain capabilities and off-chain security capabilities, like just in the ecosystem. Like, I don't know, I think people kind of got, I don't think it ever stopped, but I think people got a little bit like, okay, we have what we need now to an extent, like with hardware wallets. There's way cooler shit we can do, dude. Like, I mean, on the far edge of things, there's things like fully homomorphic encryption where you can encrypt like a program that has actual executable logic that can't be seen by the outside parties. So imagine like I put something on chain that says like, you know, if I don't spend exactly this amount first, like, you know, like say it matches a pin code, like a percentage or something of the stack, then throw everything to this, a couple custodians in multi-sig or something. And you can execute the inputs and no one would be able to actually understand what was transpiring inside the logic. Like there's like really, really cool cryptographic stuff that we could still do that would offer amazing protections and much more flexibility than we have now. And I hope we turn our attention to it. I hope that's an area that we focus on.
Also, I think it's important to understand, like, Bitcoin has constantly been under attack, and attacking. I mean, it's tragic if you're the victim. That's just how this works. We've all been there. Most people that have been around for a long time have been through one of these situations at least. And I really feel for anyone that's been through that. I know how it feels. But every time something like this comes along, it leads to a significant strengthening in how we handle that weakness. So someone mentioned that this is fatal. I don't think this is fatal. This is an opportunity for those to learn how these keys are generated, how Bitcoin works, how to secure your Bitcoin in the future, and how every hardware wallet gets a shit ton of pressure from everybody to figure out a better solution for how these keys are generated. So it's a challenge. It's definitely not fatal, but there will be a lot of people that will try and say it's fatal. Get out of Bitcoin, or give your key, or just let BlackRock do it for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That's what will be the result.
The hardware wallets, I mean, even Cold Card MK3 is still really, really good at keeping your keys safe. That part is still fine. Like it's the generation of the key that messed everything up. So I mean, again, if you generated your seed in a safe manner, your Cold Card is still gonna keep that seed secure. Like that's still doesn't change. It's literally the way it got generated is the.
You know, I wonder if they'll
record.
post these companies. I think it'd be interesting if they posted, like, you know, on their repos and other places, posted like what models and how long they've had them cranking on like their releases. You know, like there's some badging on GitHub that just says like, oh, like it's passed some checks, but like incremental or very specific stuff, like saying like Kimi has, you know, was run over this for 20 hours, you know, or something along those lines. That would be interesting. I just wonder if these projects would expose like how much testing they've done and really quantify it.
I don't know, but it goes both ways, right? Like you're going to use these models to break things, and these models can also be used to harden things. So I don't know. It's definitely going to be rough in the beginning, but I think this is going to make internet as a whole safer.
I wonder, does it make it competitive? Like, would you buy a hardware wallet if it was like, yeah, we've talked to ChatGPT and we've got the latest version of Sol. We were like early, you know, to it, and we've run it for 30 hours, or you know.
I would like my hardware wallet to be tested through all the frontier models to make sure it was safe, right? Like I'd pay a little extra for that.
Gen X.
Go ahead, Gen X.
Hey, Dave, I really like your takes. I just followed you. I've listened to you a few times, and I think it's very sound to like listen to people, even if it's counter to what I've been doing or my path. Just listening to the conversation, I just wanted to share with people because I know some of the younger people haven't been around. I was really young at buy.com. This was the competitor to Amazon back when it was books and music and shit, where we were just trying to sell something a little bit cheaper than them to get market share and some other stuff. But back then we had NIMDA virus and that was admin spelled backwards. And just hearing the conversation and over time with, I've been studying AI, LLMs and stuff like that as well. And it's interesting that the comparison, like I feel really unique, the millennials, Gen Xers, boomers, most of us, that a lot of us saw that, and that was written in C++. The threat vector, the different vectors that it took, and I say that in contrast to later. There's some things that we look at today that are going to look very archaic, and if I compare that to back then, that virus, just NIMDA alone, did crazy damage in so many ways that we weren't prepared for. And if you contrast that today, if those same methods, and email was the big one, that was where you had something that a lot of people were using for the first time. You really hadn't had enough time for it to brew, for people to start taking advantage of it, and non-power users, non-power admins. And I see a lot of comparisons now versus then. And this takes development, it takes iteration, things will get improved. And I hope that's helpful for people to keep in mind, because that was in 2001 and it seems like an eternity ago, but a lot has happened just in these 25 years. It's pretty impressive. That's all.
Yeah, you just brought back massive deja vu, because it was right at the same time as the asset prices in those companies were crashing.
And
Right?
that was targeting the financial markets too,
Yeah.
Dave, as you know. Yeah.
And of course, what happened, something we all know, is in bear markets, builders build. But the truth is I think there are builders out there looking to, I don't want to say solve this problem, because this problem was a bug, but create a better interface, a better way of people being able to implement self sovereignty and which is needed, by the way, right? I think it's needed. I mean, weirdly, people think I don't. I share Simon's concern of too much centralization. Absolutely share that concern. And that's not what I was saying about clarity. I was saying is like, listen, there are people who are going to not want self sovereignty. It's just the case. I mean, there are lots of people in this world who prioritize ease of use and safety over everything else. But the fact that there are a core group of people, and in the United States, it's probably less of a percentage than in other jurisdictions. There are people in the world who need to be able to control their own assets. And I do think that market will get served. I'm not going to panic about it, but it's not to say that some of the people some of the panic takes don't have validity. I just think that deep breath, be careful, and understand it. And if you're investing for the future, I don't think this changes anything. If you are operating in the space, yeah, I think that there's some business opportunities here to help solve a problem. And politically, yeah, I'm sure people are going to be opportunistic, and people are going to look. Everyone wants to use every crisis. It's just the way it is. I mean, I wish it wasn't the case, but it's human nature, and we just have to deal with it.
I'm going to drop, but I hope that's maybe helpful for some people, just to kind of perspective. We're still using email. In some cases, we really shouldn't. We don't need it for a lot, but we innovated around a lot of problems. And I know it's hard for us to see, like, well, how are we going to solve this issue looking 10 years out from now? And it's also scary because you got tech that, most people don't know how a phone works, or even where the antenna on their phone, if they opened it up, was. And now they're being hit with, not just in the digital asset, Bitcoin custody space, and the tech behind it, going back to the 70s plus. It's a high bar to get a lot of people onto real quick. I know Dan, I think he's gone, but he mentioned this, like there's certain things that are just unrealistic, and we have this short time frame that we're expecting all of us who were born with rotary dial phones, not all of us, but to like upskill real quick. And the truth is, many of us are going to die before we adopt some of these new technologies, and that's life. But things are going to look really different 5 years from now, 10 years.
You think the
Go
post
ahead,
office will
William.
still be around?
You know what? As long as we stop getting these like flyers for like furniture in my mail, I mean, it's ridiculous. Are we really? I thought we were trying to save the trees. What's going on?
But let's also face it, right? We're going in a bi-directional environment. Um, you're either going to give all of your keys of everything to AI, and it's going to send your emails, it's going to think for you, it's going to build everything, it's going to, AI is going to do absolutely everything for you, and then a few AI companies are going to be your life and your blackmail operation and your social credit score and your central bank digital currency and your stable coin. Or you're going to figure out how to store your key. And I think that's the bi-directional environment we're going through right now. So you're going to submit to that, or you're going to own your identity, you're going to own your data, you're going to know how to hold a key. And the fact that a lot of this open source, right, AI stuff, you're either going to have your own environment, you're going to have your own node, you're going to have your own LLM in your own environment, or you're going to be owned by AI. Like I don't see another direction in the next 10 years. So learning how to store your key is the skill that I think protects you for the future. And there is you either, what choice do you have other than learning how to store your key?
Simon, in this
Simon, though, do
case,
you think it'll be like Demolition Man? You know, where they're like underground, like Dennis Leary, and is less than enjoyable while everyone's having like the good government sanctioned Taco Bell up top.
I don't
Dom,
even
your
think it's
references
the
need to be movies we've all seen.
I don't even think it's the government. The government is owned by the data, the institutions, the tech companies, the finance houses. Like we focus on the government. The government's not sovereign. Like the government is just a subordinate. They don't mind putting a bit of regulations in the large AI companies because that just helps them protect their moat. Like that's the same with the finance companies. So we focus on the government. It's actually the private sector that's the one that owns all this data and that wants your key. And the
Simon,
government's just a tool for them.
Simon, but in this case, it's not really about securing the key. It was about generating the key. Like, I think the securing the key part here so far, I mean, this had nothing to do with that. I think this is directly about generation. There was a bug in generating. We're making this into a different problem than what we're dealing with currently, right? Like, I know people are looking into this, like what problems we could have, like how we secure these keys. Like that's different than what's happening today. Today, it was there was a bug in the way the key got generated. You could have the most secure setup ever, and if that key was compromised from the very beginning, it doesn't matter, right? Like I really think people need to get educated on entropy. I think that's just, it's education. I don't even think it's a tech thing. I think it's about education. Some will learn, some won't, but like I think anyone can learn this. I don't think it's that difficult. I think people learn much harder things in life than how key generation works, how entropy works.
Mr.
I think
Hoddle,
that's a
if I
I
could
think that's a
add
great. Oh, go ahead.
just real quick, the other thing is, the packaging, the secure element, like all that other stuff is great, but there was a different. It doesn't negate like the tech and the approach they took to a lot of that stuff, but it does, denote that hey, there's the importance of that kind of root fundamental thing, which isn't. Uh, you don't really need that device. It's a handy tool as part of the UX as we have.
Some of the biggest OGs that I know, early Bitcoin Core developers, none of them use hardware devices. Like none of them. They use desktops. They generate keys on old laptop before Bitcoin existed. It's crazy. Like I would never do that. My life became much simpler ever since hardware wallets came out, and I have not it's a shitty bug, man. It's a shitty bug. I know a bunch of people that lost a lot of money, and what defeats this. Like, if we find there's a bug in private, a bigger issue, but so far, private public key technology has been pretty sound. And if you just learn entropy, if you get educated, you could make a pretty good key, pretty safe key, and then you just got to know how to store it as storing the keys. I think in that sense, they're really good at that. They're really good at sound. This happened before. It was a different time. Way less people. Maybe not way less people. I think there were more blockchain users back then than cold card users today. But the impact and the value is nowhere the same, right? It's much higher today. And we learned, and blockchain.info got more secure after that. But I don't think this is the end. I think this is just an opportunity for people to get educated on entropy if you want to hold Bitcoin in self-custody. If you don't, I think you're going to have to get a little educated.
Along those lines, Mr. Hoddle, maybe here's an idea. Maybe Tree adopts this or not, just the hardware devices, since self-custody isn't for everybody and self-custody does technical understanding and accountability, maybe rolling your own words should be the default and should be a requirement.
I've been repeating this for freaking 10 years.
No, I don't mean for the user. I'm talking about the device doesn't even allow. And it's fun, and I'm sorry, it's fine if it's not for older people. But a 5-year-old kid kind of has fun rolling the dice. Oh, I just rolled a 4. Click, here's the 4.
That's really I think people think dice. They think it's this complicated. Takes your hand and walks you through the whole process.
Mr. Hoddle, other than this issue where their random number generator didn't communicate properly with the pseudo-random number generator, are there any examples you can tell me about where a working on a BitKey or a Trezor or a Ledger random number generator did not generate a private key that was secure?
No.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Yes, there are. Yeah, there's been phones that have had
phones. Right.
There's some phones that had.
Yeah, but not a native hardware wallet.
No,
I think that's Joe's question.
They're native. They're native hardware random number generators that were found to be non-random. So I don't know if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, but they're using the Samsung phone, right? They're using the phone's generator.
I don't know if you were specific talking about. Okay, you just mean hardware wallets specifically for Bitcoin.
Yeah,
okay.
BitKey, Jade wallet. Time this has ever occurred, but for this glitch with CoinKite.
No, but that's not to say. Don't forget, this is what's crazy. These open weights came out last Wednesday, so this
might be
entirely
coincidental.
It can 100%. But if it was, and it took 3 days, I expect these LLMs are going to find other type of bugs. If your entropy is good and your hardware device is not connected to the internet, you're going to be okay. It was generated securely. No one has access to that key. When you have to go sign a transaction, I think today. I don't think there's anything safer than that.
Joe, acts have been done, and this isn't necessarily about Bitcoin. And somebody could have it, local and identify or facade that it had a, high powered of our current models, and maybe that
topic of is the hardware wallet the most secure thing?
No, we can go through that, but if you don't mind, Alex, let's quickly hit Harry and Need. They've had their hands up for a while.
Sure, go for it.
But thank you for joining. Yeah.
Related to Gary and Grant's point earlier about how bad is absolutely true, but to also build on what Mr. Hoddle and Gen X failed. It's single vendor, single sig, device only entropy failed. And I think that's really important for people to understand here. And on top of that, as mitigation that worked here is a self-custody technique. And I think those things, so, people saying, self-custody failed, and now we need to just, not the way to think about this. So
yeah, my fear is how people are going to weaponize that, and it will be utilized to centralize.
Custodians do concentrate exactly this kind of implementation risk. They just can hide it until it becomes systemic. I think in your evaluation of this, you're on a cold card where you had single sig and delegated to the lib number go up, library. Yeah, I would say move your coins off of that, but don't. This isn't a time to like freak out and panic.
Hey guys, I had a couple of technical questions if I could jump in here. Some things that I don't. In the instance where you make a Bitcoin transaction and your public key is exposed, or can take advantage of that in some way since you revealed that public key, what is that situation and how can you prevent yourself from losing funds? Like, how does that situation come about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why in some certain instances exposing your public key can make not let that happen to you?
Like a quantum question, which we don't have yet, because right now you can't reverse. You can't look at someone.
This is just a hypothetical threat then for now until then something that has actually happened yet, right?
So your question is not relating to the cold card thing, right?
Yeah, it's more
you're just
privacy.
asking in general.
Yeah, it more relates to surveillance. So how you make your transactions private. So a public key is safe, and then it's literally the design of Bitcoin is that if you want to receive funds or send funds, then you reveal your public key, and it's safe to do so from a security perspective. But then if a malicious actor is able to find out stuff about you and then reverse engineer your identity and connect it to data from a hacked exchange and then figure out who you are, that's more like a privacy thing, and that's solved by obfuscating transactions through using coin joins and
address for a transaction, not your whole public key, which would reveal all of your addresses.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And then my other question is about my own security model without getting into too much details, but also I know a lot of people use passphrases and things like that. But my question is, how can you prevent yourself from being a victim of some kind of a software vulnerability that you're unaware of? Maybe it's a keylogger or something that you have mistakenly downloaded on your device. Like, any way to check that kind of stuff before you type in your seed into a device that let's say you need to move your Bitcoin and you got to type in your seed somewhere, right? And if you don't know how to do it offline or whatever, you're in a panic mode. Like, how shit? You know what I mean?
The thing is, like, so we have signatures in Bitcoin, and I'm sure everyone intuitively understands at least that a signature says this piece of data was created or is linked in some ways with this specific pub key, which is a pub key of some user, right? That's pretty simple. And the thing is, we can use the same signature, though it's not the same exact cryptography as we use in Bitcoin, but similar, to do the same when you download certain files from the internet. And all the Bitcoin wallets, literally every single one of them, GitHub or whatever, they're going to have instructions and they show you how to verse. Pretty much, you have to download a few things. You have to download the file itself against, and then there's going to be another file that's called the manifest directory. You just go in the terminal and Sparrow Wallet recently has a GUI, which you can do this exact process, but you can do it with clicks and stuff like this. Have access to, and just tell it this: I want to verify this thing, and I'm not quite certain, and I want to.
So in other words, there's really not any trying to get, a normie.
The same question as asking, how do you prevent phishing? It's a social engineering problem.
Well, and it's difficult to say, like, just cache things and wait till you get.
Don't have any like off the top of your head any action and whatnot. I'm a little ashamed to.
I mean, Windows. I mean, it didn't used to be the case, but I mean, I worked at Microsoft, so I ran Windows for a long time. But yeah, I mean, I would just go get. That's why people go get these. That would probably be the best thing to just keep around.
Add hosts. Block. Some of Block's recon has. I could throw it in the nest if you guys want to read through it.
What's the TLDR that you just discovered?
They have some evidence that somebody involved in this and maybe led to their identity.
The API they used, the API they were like faster than you'd have to like roll your own pattern like one for one for the attempts on
people who were trying to figure out what was happening when the first reports came out. I don't feel
No,
like
well,
that's
this
necessarily that
predates the timing. They went to the person who tweeted went to the exchange and said, "Hey, we've got it in your thing," and they went and looked, and it looks like the logs, the timing predated disclosure.
maybe someone. I'm just trying to say that there's not definitive proof, though. It is like if you did it before everyone else, it points strong in your direction.
Yeah, I'm just sharing because I know some people. I think it was Gary or somebody had asked, you know, what you've identified who it is. There's a lot of like math.
A problem doesn't solve anything, but the faster we discover where that breach came from, people that came together to do a, you know, basically customer service for digital. And I was going to suggest that, hey, the best thing we can do right now is form a group of trusted people that have, you know, all sides of the equation. And we do it for the greater good, which is Bitcoin. I
That
mean,
sounds like
you
an
know,
awful opportunity for grifters to get attention and to kind
yeah.
of like, which I mean,
Well,
and by the
yeah,
way,
but,
sorry,
yeah,
you
but,
said
yeah, but, yeah, but
earlier,
see,
I
you're
have a
going to
question
the
for you.
problem. No, you're going to the problem. See, you don't even think about the suggestion. I'm commending the people of getting together. It will happen naturally, okay? But it
I have a
should not
question for
happen.
you.
Excuse me. It should not happen naturally, reactively. We should proactively put a team of people together that, like, and I don't know how to do this, okay? I don't know how you get people to cooperate, but I am assured that if we keep fighting among ourselves, Bitcoin is dead on arrival, okay?
Yeah,
And
I don't
that's
know if
not
that's
true for
necessarily
anyone.
true,
We're
but
fighting, dude.
you
Anything you
mentioned,
fight against each other will die, my friend. When we fight
yeah,
against each other,
I
one
don't
of
know
us
if
is
that's,
going to expire. Come on, sooner or later, you're
I don't know if
gonna have
that's
to.
true. I don't know that. That sounds like something that makes sense, General. Okay, I have a
Yeah.
question for you though. I have a concrete question. Please, may I ask you a concrete question? You said earlier that we don't know what caused this. We know precisely what line of code caused this. I mean, what are we actually
I
referring to?
didn't say that. I don't know what you're talking about. I was offering suggestions and commendations. And to Simon's point, which I don't know who's asking me these questions, but to Simon's point, I'd love Simon to expand on what he said, which is, hey, if this goes off self-custody, you know, that we don't have a serious percentage of self-custody Bitcoin is not going to work. I don't know if Simon's still in here, but I thought that was very, and I agree with that. I think you have to have a serious portion of self custody for Bitcoin to have that unique value that differentiates itself from the fiat world.
Yeah, that is correct. But Gary, maybe you're new around here, but every time some people
What,
sit
what
down
is your
and said,
problem, bro? Okay, like
well,
maybe
I'll
I
tell you
am
what's my
new. Why
problem.
don't you talk to me about if I am new? Why don't you talk to me as if I'm a student and be nice to me instead of being condescending?
Because you were
You are
saying
the
let's get
exact fucking
together.
guy that
Right.
excludes billions of dollars of coming into this space
Yeah,
because
dude.
you make
There
it
were billions of
so
dollars
difficult. You
coming here
actually don't want
and I
people
told
like
them
me
to get
here.
away.
You're a racist against rich white people,
Hey
dude.
guys, can we?
I'm a
Okay,
racist
Hey
goddamn.
against
guys,
white
can we?
people.
I
Alex,
did not expect this to happen today,
I am
including not to
racist.
me.
hey, can we take a
To
I'm
step
me,
back,
racist against
guys?
white
Guys,
of
people.
all
guys,
That
the
is
fucking
insane.
people.
can we? Sorry, host. Can we just take a step back, Alex? You're a smart guy. Can you just try again, maybe?
I have a question though. I mean, he says I'm racist. That is insane against white people. That's the most insane thing I ever heard in my life.
Alex, just take
Okay,
just take
I
a
said
just
rich white people from the fiat world, dude. You are acting like a racist.
Alex,
that is insane.
just take a chill pill. Gary came up with a suggestion. You're gaslighting
But
him where
why don't you let me talk though? But I wanted to address that, and you're not letting me talk. Can I talk? Can I say what I wanted to say? Every single time someone got together and said, guys, we have a problem in Bitcoin. Let's just all get together and let's assemble a team, trusted people, and let's just fix this problem. Every single time, without exception, that was an opportunity for people and grifters who needed attention to fucking gain authority and attention. And that's when I hear that, that's what's probably gonna happen. There's no such thing as trusted people getting together or whatever. I just got a lot of alarm bells when someone tries to make that
Okay,
kind of claim. It happened from Bitcoin Foundation and happened so many times. So,
Alex,
but
you're
anyway,
giving some context that, and I appreciate, and I agree with you, but you're giving some context that Gary just isn't privy to. So I just, we shouldn't jump on him all over it. He doesn't know, man. He's just asking.
All right. Okay. I mean, fair enough.
And maybe there's an approach that we haven't tried that is going to work. But historically, yeah, incentives and people get paid out and attention. It's real. It's human behavior. But maybe there's something we haven't done yet.
For me, I look at not, hey, what has happened every time before? I'm looking at the results that we're getting right now, rather than talking about what,
Jesus
like,
Christ, sound like
this,
a politician,
this
dude.
is
This is
not
incredible.
working, bro. Okay. You guys, this industry is, this is not great statistics that we're going through. So if you think they're great statistics, like I would say, hey, if we're having this many problems, maybe we need to look at what the fuck is the problem.
I think we're
What problems are
And
we
overreacting.
the
having
answer
though?
can't
What are the
be,
problems?
Gary,
oh,
do you not think
someone's
you're
someone's
overreacting?
attacking us.
Gary, what are the
Do you not
Gary? You're
think you're
saying the house is
overreacting?
on fire, and you're the one who's gonna solve it for us.
Come
Okay,
on,
What the fuck,
you've
dude?
had the best
Alex.
marketing month for Bitcoin in the history of Bitcoin was June of 2026. This is the best year of marketing.
So what?
Awesome job,
So
dude.
what though? There's
But what are
Bitcoin's
the
Bitcoin.
problems?
There's
Can you
there's
please
there's a
enumerate the
little issue that
problems?
we found out about a company that, you know what I mean? This does not ruin Bitcoin, man. Like, I understand it's not like a good thing and nothing like this has happened, but it's not like the end of the world, man.
Yeah,
People need to learn how to dice roll a freaking wallet.
Well, maybe
I
there's a
mean,
happy
guys.
medium to say that we could encourage people who are incredibly unsophisticated to use semi-custodial solutions that do not put a custodian in sole control of their Bitcoin, but have assistance in the sense that they have autonomy to a certain extent, but it requires escalating to be able to wipe things where keys that are clearly going to be created with the proper entropy are on one side of the equation, and there's more protection. I mean, maybe that's what we need to say to people who are very unsophisticated.
Guys, cold card fucked up. What are we talking
Hey,
Gu-
about here again?
on
It
Guys,
on
was
a
insane.
on a
Cold
chill,
card fucked up. It's as simple as that.
Chill out. Look, let's just, what we are is we're defining the problem, which I think everyone has defined now. There was a particular company.
No one
There
did
was,
find a problem. Gary
ho-
said
yeah, but
Bitcoin has big
you
problems.
hold on. There was a particular wallet that has a particular process for generating a key, and that is vulnerable and has led to the loss of people's Bitcoin. That's got nothing to do with Bitcoin. It is a particular vulnerability that's going to make the entire ecosystem stronger. And everyone is going to now ask their hardware wallet how they solve this problem. And every hardware wallet is going to have to solve that problem. And if they can't solve that problem, then
Simon,
someone.
what you said is factually incorrect. That's not what happened. Serious, you have a
how
misunderstanding
is
of the
that not
problem.
happen? Come on, man.
No. Here's what happened. It's not that dude. Everything was supposed to work fine. There was no problem with entropy. It was literally a mishap of how they implemented this. It's kind of like you.
Yeah,
I don't know
so a
if I have an
particular
analogy for
company
this.
with a particular wallet on a particular process with a problem of how they implemented it, right?
It's a software layer issue. Yeah, it was a software layer issue no matter how you want to cut it. It was a software layer issue. But I guess the overarching point is, like, what do you tell people going forward? I mean, yes, if someone's sophisticated enough, like we brought up a grandma example, to actually do the dice rolls, great. But if they're truly a grandma or they're really not able to, I mean, maybe it's okay that they have like solutions that are assisted like Casa or something of that nature, right? I mean, like maybe those are fine options. Like maybe we shouldn't discourage people
does
from certain
anybody
things.
want some good
My
news?
grandma's in a casket. She's not rolling any
Does
dice.
anybody want some good news? So I
Sure.
just posted. I
Let's
just
have it,
Yes.
posted
Harry.
it in the nest. The head of development of BitKey at Block has apparently identified the attacker.
Bullshit.
So
Who is he?
it's
That's what we want to hear.
pretty good news.
Is that block
So
as in
Yeah, does it look like they're going to try to freeze the funds over there? That part I couldn't tell
Dude,
from the
that they
thread.
did it this fast is so awesome.
yeah,
If that's
operator.
true.
He says the operator used a paid account at a
And talk about
well-known.
marketing, Gary. This is great marketing for
It is,
BitKey
dude.
because
This
they're
is
doing it.
awesome marketing, bro. I absolutely this is awesome marketing. We
2 minutes
shut this
ago,
thing
we
down
were
in 18
fucking
hours.
done.
Yeah, just
Harry was going to talk
2 minutes.
more. Let him tell us more. Go ahead, Harry.
I mean, you can read his post. I put it out there, so it's coming from Clay Garrett. So, operator used a paid account at a well-known blockchain services provider to query the source addresses and perform other related activity during the sweeps. So, this falls in line with what Portland was saying last night in the space too. That the attacker appears to not be sophisticated really at all, and this would
So
That's one of
what
the,
so are
that's
we
one of the most
saying that
retarded.
the attacker used
Yeah.
like Anthropic and then
right.
the FBI can just get the data and the chat history and figure out who did it?
Yes.
Which is, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
if that's what happened here,
No. They say read. It's the blockchain services provider. That's where the provider. So
Yeah.
somebody that's a chain analytics service.
So
That's a chain
No, but
analytics.
it's a paid API. Someone was
Right.
using their paid
Right.
API, and so they had to go through a KYC
Exactly.
account
That's
opening to get the
exactly
API access.
it.
so
Yeah.
this is
Well, it's
like
It's not
probably
a
just
Lauren then,
unsophisticated.
someone not
It's
hold on,
sophisticated.
let's just be clear here. So this is like a chain analysis. I'm not saying it's chain analysis, but it's like a chain analysis type of company that had an API that did the attack.
not necessarily. It could be like someone said the right company type. Fucking Alchemy. There's a bunch that do it. They base Alchemy blockade. They'll do analysis. Like you can give them more interesting queries than you probably just
Yeah,
natively have on your
which
node and
in
stuff. And then do it.
general are companies connected to intelligence and surveillance. So follow the money.
dude, if he
Do
used
we know
if he
where the
used
wallet
CrowdStrike,
is?
he's an idiot.
Well, to use any paid API is just peak stupid. I mean, that's not just unsophisticated. That's someone who's not even thinking about big OPSEC.
Or it's somebody that has a level of protection because they're connected to intelligence.
So can I just offer? There's two outcomes of this that I'm aware of. I'm open to hear more. Either he doesn't give up the keys for that, and now the supply is gone as if somebody lost them, or they get him to give up the keys, and that supply gets back into circulation or under the government seizure.
It'll be the latter, I suspect.
Sovereign wealth fund. There we go.
This dude, I wonder if he's going to get. I mean, you never know how if they get the money back. I wonder what kind of sentence he would get, or if we'll put some quote unquote prediction markets out there to let him deal
So,
with them.
sorry, were you talking about how these would be distributed back if they found out who had them? Yeah. What I would guess is because it's not like there's no centralized company, you couldn't connect the coins to CoinKite because it's self custody. So my guess would be that whoever owns the key would have to send an encrypted message to prove that they have the key or something, some kind of process. And then they could they could provide a wallet address. It'll be a pretty sophisticated process, but my guess is that I think that would be the only way to do it.
How would
I
you?
wouldn't count this as like this is the final solution. There's still probably more to be known. I would leave it to the legal pros on how that might go down.
How are you saying that they would just sign a message though? Because like technically, the attacker obviously can get the original private key. They would probably have to inspect the device, right? Unless it comes with a device attestation out of the hardware enclave that says this is inextractable. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
So they
Like
don't
how
have the key, right? So someone would have to prove that they're the owner of the device.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I
we're
mean.
like several steps ahead here. But
I'm just saying. I think they would have to the person would have to physically bring it in because I don't think there's any like sophisticated device attestation on cold cards that says like, hey, this signing is also over device GUID X as signed by our domain certificate or something like that. Like you'd probably have to bring the physical device in, I would imagine, for inspection, right?
Hey guys,
No.
I can
This is
can I
not something
explain
that.
that?
Okay.
Hey, Zach, I think raised the hand. Maybe you guys want to get him in. I think he
Yeah,
probably
guys,
has some
I
insight,
just
by the
want
way.
to I just want to explain this. I actually just made a tweet about it. I think like 20 minutes ago or so. So basically, like if law enforcement is able to get the funds and seize the assets, it's going to be a huge problem to figure out how to prove that it's yours, right? Because if these seeds are all trivially brute forcible, which they are, like having the seed is not proof that it's you. So I think there's only two ways to do it. One is you might be able to do something with the physical hardware. And so you should not throw out your cold card hardware. Like don't throw it out out of frustration because the entropy is also dependent on like an ID from the
It's
processor,
burned on the
like the
device.
STM.
Yep.
Exactly. So if you have that, cold card could theoretically develop a custom new firmware version that would allow it to do some kind of attestation. But like you would probably need to have the hardware, and there may even need to be like an in-person component to it. So like I would not throw it out.
Yeah.
Or two, if you withdrew from an exchange and it's only like one hop, then you could potentially have some kind of process if it was like KYC exchange, right? So I just wanted to chime in, hey guys, just to quickly address that, because I see a lot of people getting upset and like throwing out the cold card devices and stuff, and you can get really screwed if they actually are able to
that's
seize these funds.
that's exactly right. So like I think that it was disclosed in the tweets that there is a device burned ID, effectively unique ID that's in the device. It's not cryptographic, but it's unique. Like no other cold card, if you physically inspected it, would have that same ID. The question, and they know, what it relates to, because the ID in the pseudo-random entropy was was a component of the pseudo-random entropy. So if you just had an attacker, brute force to find the private key, it doesn't mean that they have a cold card that corresponds to the GUID of the exact device that private key came from, whereas the real holder would have that device. I think that's probably what it would take, because I would be shocked if there was some like hardware attestation module, meaning like something where every signature that comes off the device says, hey, I'm a signature from this device, signed by the company saying it was from this particular device ID. That's something that is in Windows TPMs and like TPMs on like mainstream platforms, but it's not probably on a cold card.
Well, to be really clear, I think it would require a new firmware release, and because there might not be like there's no like secure element or security chip related to that ID. I think it could also be spoofable. I've been talking to some folks about that. So like I don't think you would be able to trust it from like a remote perspective, like some website where you could like sign something from the device. I think somehow if there was a way, I'm not even sure if there is a way, but I think it would require physical like possession of the device with some kind of custom firmware, maybe. Where I don't want to say that I'm certain about that, but I'm talking to a bunch of folks about that today.
I think you're right, because the fact that they would have shipped a factory burned in private key that was like signed over by the certs of cold card's like main domain is probably very unlikely. That's something that is in TPM chips, like of more expensive devices and general compute devices, but it's probably not.
We do it. We do a security check on our devices, and we have a unique published private key pair, but we have no way of associating that with a seed. It's not used for entropy. So like even if that did exist, it's not used for entropy here. But there is like an STM, like the processor, like a chip ID that maybe we could do something. I don't know, right? I'm just saying, like my main message is it's not clear, but like even if law enforcement is able to seize the funds, it would be pretty complicated to prove that it was your device. And hopefully
it's just better to bring in the physical device. Just keep the physical device.
Yeah, just keep it. That's all my message is just hold on to it. Exactly.
Is anyone speaking?
No, I don't hear anyone.
If you guys are going to keep the space open for a little bit, I'm going to summon somebody, and they might be able to share a little bit more. And
yeah, Humble's here for 17 hours. No worries.
Wicked, I think Wicked's waiting too.
Go,
Sorry,
Joe.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but this is not like the first time this has happened. Okay, there have been processes set up by law enforcement that I am intimately aware of in prior issues with devices that have been compromised and cold storage that has been compromised. There's a process through which, if restitution is to be paid to victims, they go through, they submit not only the information regarding their wallet, how they kept it. They have to swear off on an attestation about showing you, okay, here's how I acquired the Bitcoin. It came from this original exchange. They provide a plethora of information to effectively a trustee that will pay restitution to the victims and will analyze each of the claims on an individualized basis, and the statements in support of your claim to a particular amount of Bitcoin to be paid restitution from have to be supported by a verified statement. So this is not like a unique thing, and I would be shocked if anyone paying out these claims, not to say you should discard the device, but it would want physical inspection of the device. They will look at the entirety of your submission in a claim as a victim and pay restitution from that in a sworn attestation.
Joe, would they treat it like a bankruptcy where they would treat it as property and you get the Bitcoin back, or would they try and dollarize a claim and you get a
No,
dollar value back?
so the ones I'm familiar with, it'd be dollarized. It's usually dollar because most of the time the recovery, Simon, is never the total amount of claims. So the claims always, swamp the actual amount that they've recovered. And
So
again,
it would create a tax liability for the victim.
I'm not going to give any tax implications or advice. I'm just telling you that generally that's happened in the past.
So in your opinion, it would be spread out across the victims, even if the recovered Bitcoin belonged originally to specific people, provably
Sure.
to specific people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Okay,
again, a
that's
lot of the
interesting.
time, a lot of the time the way this works, right, is that it's a big pot, right? Like it's a big. We recovered 400 Bitcoin, right? Like, and it's like they're not specifically identifiable. It's been obfuscated. It's been hopped, different things. So, like of the 400 that's been recovered, there's 600 in Bitcoin in claims. So then there's a pro rata, distribution based on how much you're claiming, and the claims are vetted. And some claims, if they don't meet muster, they can actually be thrown
Minus
out.
fees.
Yeah, and fees. Yeah, exactly.
Well, we can hope for the best for sure.
Tomer.
Tomer.
Hey, I'm not gonna go with the like very, very sorry for what happened to people and everything else that I wanted to. The observation I'm experiencing right now, listening to this part of the conversation, is just the fundamental goodness of all the people in the community, right? We had one person or maybe a small team of people do something very bad. We had another group of people, obviously the hacker. We had some level of error, just to pick a broad term, that the folks at Cold Card made. Some people might view it very harshly, other people might be more forgiving. I think it's a little bit besides the point. But those people are reeling right now. Imagine what it would be like to be at that company. And I know there's people who posted what it felt like to be at other companies when they got hacked. And then you've got this room and other rooms that have been going on all night long of people who haven't lost anything, but who are looking out for the people who might lose something, who have lost something, helping to conduct the investigation based off of their knowledge, helping provide advice based off of their legal knowledge or technical knowledge. Like, this is, in light of the tragedy of what happened, this is a very uplifting experience to see how kind and generous and justice pursuing everybody here is. And even with the few little arguments we've had between people, they've been arguing over what the best way to achieve better justice and better prevention of further tragedies is. So this is anything but like permanently harmful to Bitcoin. It's in these moments that you actually see that people are in this because they want goodness. They want success. They want each other's success. They want people to have private, secure money that is hard to steal. And they're pulling out all their stops voluntarily to make sure that that continues to be the truth. So I'm really moved by the efforts in all of these conversations, and even the direction of what was covered in just the last 5 minutes is incredibly uplifting. Like, you've got Block, who is a competitor to Cold Card, rather than saying, I see how bad these guys are like, we're conducting an investigation based off of all of our knowledge. And it's like, this is people pulling together in a community, regardless of whether they're competitors or not, to try to get the best ends possible and have justice prevail. So that's what I felt compelled to come up and speak to.
I did hear some of these Black guys in spaces last night. Have they been in any spaces this morning or today? It's like afternoon now. Okay.
I think they're still sleeping. Just kidding.
It seems
They're
like
probably
they're
working
actually
hard.
doing the detective work and occasionally publishing some
Yeah.
information that is valuable to the community without being harmful to the investigation. Like, these are good people.
Yeah, they were super helpful on the space last night, kind of giving us play by play as we were learning. I mean, everything was. I mean, it was crazy. Things were unfolding, and we were learning new things every hour. Yeah, they were super helpful in those spaces. I haven't seen very many of them come up today, but I'm sure they're working hard or catching up on some Z's. You
Right.
know,
No, I would add like a guy like Zach who's here as well from like thinking what can best be done because it's not his company that got attacked, so he's able to have a clearer head, and I just really appreciate and respect the people who have intimate knowledge. Right, I try to understand this stuff as best I can, but I can't have all these ideas at all, and all I can do is kind of judge them after I hear them without the benefit of having had them. And I've just heard so many good ideas and so much quality discovery in such a short period of time. It's way better. It's way better than putting the cops on the case. I'm not saying we shouldn't put cops on the case when we have something to do, but like getting to the bottom of the case. This isn't one brilliant detective looking at the homicide event. This is like a whole bunch of really talented and intelligent people coming together and putting the facts together to solve the case. So it's a great mystery and done in a very different style than one brilliant detective solves the crime, or one brilliant detective and his badass misbehaved partner. However, whatever it is, this is the real deal in a really decentralized manner. I'd hate to overuse and abuse the word, but like this is a decentralized investigation where everyone's bringing the very best of what they have to give, and they don't have to do it all. It's it, there's a beauty to it in spite of the ugliness of the event.
yeah, it was pretty dope seeing. I mean, people from all over the world, developers from all different companies. You know, we like ran the space till 3:30 last night Eastern Standard Time, and as we're like crashing out and basically dying of exhaustion, we've got like Europeans waking up and being like, "Oh man, what's going on?" And then it seems like they've kind of taken the baton, and so yeah, it's been a huge group effort to try and help as many people as possible.
Have you guys talked about entropy enough?
No, you can
Well,
never talk about entropy enough.
the Cold Card Mark III is the most impacted device of the Cold Card series, but all Cold Card devices may be impacted because there's a bug in the entropy generation. And if you are asking yourself at this moment in time, what is entropy? It is the randomness of the universe, commonly referred to in cryptography and used for creating random numbers, which is a fundamental underpinning of your private key for your Bitcoin. The bug in the Cold Card seemingly has not been found in any other hardware wallet or signing device. But the bug is critical and flawed. However, if you were paying attention when you went through the documentation and reading up on what you were actually doing when you generated your C phrase, you may have provided a passphrase that would have saved you maybe some time. If it was a cryptographically relevantly long passphrase, it might even have saved your funds for an indefinite amount of time. The other option was possibly rolling dice to add additional entropy, right? So you have sort of two ways that you see in some of these hardware wallets where you add entropy. One is adding a passphrase, a 13th word, a 25th word, if you will. Now, you don't want a single word because that is just a short amount of entropy that you would be adding, and your funds would be at risk if you used a short amount of entropy for this. Use a very, very long one, then you would be less at risk. The dice similarly are going to add entropy for the key generation. And the more dice that you roll, the more entropy you are adding to that key generation. And so if you rolled just a few dice, 2, 3, 6, you are not going to have enough additional entropy on that key generated by those cold cards to be cryptographically relevant or secure. You want at least a minimum of 100, which is what the cold card docs have recommended, at least as far back as I can remember, which is not that long, about the same time that this period of devices have been vulnerable. So comforting fact is a lot of people, a few people that I've talked to in the veteran space rolled their dice and they rolled it 100 times. And I'm like, brother, you're good to go. I did the same thing. If I see anything that indicates otherwise, and to be very specific, there's a developer out there, James O'Byrne, core maintainer in the past, core developer, very, very big, applied cryptography developer. with a track record in the Bitcoin space, hand verified that the code for the cold card, if you went down the dice rolling path, was not necessarily impacted. Now that doesn't mean, again, if you rolled few dice that you are not out, you're out of harm's way. But if you did the due diligence of reading the docs and understanding what you were getting into, which many veterans are accustomed to doing, is like going through and understanding what you're doing, reading the SOPs and following things line by line. You're safe. If you rolled those dice 100 times when you created that key with that Mark III, your funds were not going to be swept. That being said, you probably should still move them just out of, an abundance of caution and reconsider. But my recommendation is going to be to learn from this lesson. And I'm so terribly sorry to all the people that have lost in this catastrophe. It is probably one of the most painful lessons to observe in my time in Bitcoin, because it's people that were doing the right thing with just a limited understanding, and then in a critical malfunction on a trusted third party. That's all I've got for now. Thanks for letting me hop in.
Thank you.
Are there other hands, or am I good?
Well, Wicked. I'm not sure if it was you or Wicked that.
Mine will be
Small.
mine's super quick, Wicked.
Yeah, go ahead.
What veterans just said, I think it was a really good summary, and especially emphasis on, even if you did use the entropy from that device, adding that, long passphrase probably saved some people, or at least delayed it. But my point is, I know the past couple years.
Flaming, can you mute, please?
Yeah, you got a hot mic. I know the past couple of years, especially recently, like when people hear the word BIP and they're a little bit newer, it has maybe a negative connotation. But what veterans just went through, like that specifically is BIP 32, BIP 39. These were capabilities that actually made that even possible. So I hope that people don't have a negative connotation. This is an awesome opportunity to just go read through, like, what did this thing do? What a mnemonic seed phrase was, and how do we translate numbers into these words? It's not that hard. And just to give you, it kind of demystifies a lot of it.
Yeah, I think everybody in the Bitcoin space, there's not a lot of people, maybe some newer cohorts, but there's not a lot of people that when they hear the word private key, they go, "Ooh, I don't want to do anything with that." It's like, well, that is the fundamental thing that makes this Bitcoin thing work for you as an individual, right? Like, I don't have to worry about your private key, but you very, very, very much should be worried about your private key. And the generation of that private key, the origin of that private key, like turning people away from this critical fundamental aspect of Bitcoin that makes it possible for the individual to have this superpower of self-custody is a thing. And I will say this though, because it's hard. It's not harder than driving, a stick shift or a forklift or some sort of other like heavy machinery, right? You don't need a mechanical engineering degree to do such a thing. But what you do need is you need to understand how this thing operates. You do need to understand what the levers are that you can pull. You need to understand the principles behind it. It's a matter of just getting the reps in and having that educational knowledge, not being too, hasty in what you're doing, right? And just getting with somebody and humbling yourself, getting with somebody. A lot of people came to Bitcoin as an adult, and as adults, we think we got it all figured out. And I think as you get older, you realize that you really, really don't have it figured out. So maybe it's a little easier for that. But coming to other people that have the knowledge and seeking that out and say, "Hey, man, can you explain this private key thing again? Can you explain it again? Can you explain it again?" Until it just becomes almost a second nature to do. The same way that driving a stick shift is difficult the first time you do it, because there's a lot of complexity. There's a lot of new mechanical movements that you have to get used to. But once you have that, it's not so complex that it's outside the reach of your average person. Now, are there people out there that absolutely should never ever hold their own funds? Yes, 100%, right? But that's where the strong local communities will come into play, and that's where the local meetups and your local group of neighbors and friends and coworkers and stuff, and you as a Bitcoiner can be that beacon. And if you are not comfortable in understanding these terminologies, this fundamental underpinning of like what a private key is and how we get to a private key, then maybe you need to shore up it yourself. Because if you've been onboarding a bunch of people to cold cards and you were not providing the gravity of the situation of what they're getting into, right? Because it is a gravity. There's a burden here of self-custody. Bitcoin is a movement of radical personal responsibility, and that is a burden that people have to be ready to carry. and it is not something that everybody is ready for or ready to commit to without proper education, preparation, and just like grinding and going through the grid of it.
I think that's a good point. Self custody is not for everyone, including these people that didn't understand the dice entropy and all the details of the self custody. You know, you hope you can rely on these companies and these wallets, but it's really sad to hear that they were affected. But the good news is they found these people. I was going to comment on. There is a claims process through the Department of Justice for when people are victims of theft. The sad thing about that is it usually is a USD restitution to victims, and you might have to wait years to get it back. So that's the sad part. Even if they've identified the perpetrator and recover the funds, goes through the legal system, judge is going to have to rule on it, and it could take years before they get their money back.
Well, at least we'll still be at 58K by then. So
More.
64.
There is a
We're not 64K forever.
there is a demographic of people who, in their custody, they specifically wanted it being non KYC, and I say that of whatever region of the planet any of these people were from, but just from what you said, Block, this was also like, I'm not trying to dunk on the interest by TradFi. That to me has always been inevitable, and I think it's part of the story. But there was a lot of education going around prior to, during GBTC all the way up until strategy started to get popular, and that did, I think, just take some people away from kind of understanding the fundamentals, because there was a lot of education being put out there, but people did choose to kind of shortcut going all the way on their own volition, maybe because it was too hard, or they just felt like, that's good enough, I trust, but they chose that. My point's that there was an education going on, and I think some people they had an easier button, and they were comfortable with that, and they found out why some people harp so much on some of these best practices and maintenance.
Yeah, and I can only imagine that, when the victim claims process, they're going to have to prove their ownership. So they're going to have to, show their wallet addresses and exchange records. And the worst part is you're going to have to deal with a government employee to prove all that. Just a complete nightmare,
Ouch.
right? Right. So just not a good thing. Not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also a large amount of responsibility that's had been put on educators of self custody. I mean, I ran self custody Q&A spaces for years, and a lot of the times you might harp on multi-vendor, multi-sig, and passphrases, but at the end of the day, if someone were to come up and say, I'm just going to use a single sig on a cold card, you would say, yeah, that's more than good enough. You're going to be fine, And it really sucks that that ended up not being true. So, kind of, I guess you got to look forward and keep marching on and keep educating, but also take a step back and realize, like, we don't have everything figured out yet. So, very complicated.
I think I don't want to put, it's not a pushback, but I think single sig on a cold card, like I slept fine last night. Unfortunately, I was still up late, just monitoring the situation, getting calls and helping some people. But the reason why my stack was secure is because I took the time and I did roll those dice, right? And I know this is like a big thing. Everybody doesn't want to say like you got to go roll the dice. It's like one more thing that's going to prevent mass adoption and all these other things. But at the same time, there is still not anything wrong with the security of a cold card per se. It was the entropy generation, right? And that's, a lot of people are not going to want to hear that because they want to be bad at CoinKite and cold card and MEK, and they're completely justified to do so. But I've yet to see in any of the developer circles anybody come out with something that is not the entropy issue, right? And that's, again, this is a key learning point in a learning experience. It's the entropy issue. It was not an issue with the device security itself necessarily. It is an aspect of the security, But if you properly generated that additional entropy, you're fine. And you understanding that as a Bitcoiner can help you to educate other people that when they come to you and they ask you, because you help them on board to that single-sig cold card, well, if you remember that you told them that they needed to roll those dice and they say they did it, then you can be like, hey, listen, you've got time now. Like, you don't have to panic. You can, you can wait until this weekend to go to the safety deposit box or whatever it is, right? And it's more of like you have time, and it's not a critical like panic and drop everything now to go save your life savings.
I haven't been here all day, but I assume someone's made the joke. Don't take chances. Roll the dice. Anytime.
Yeah, I think that's been said a couple of times.
Okay, I'm here.
Make sure they're casino dice, though. Okay, you don't want weighted dice.
Too soon.
I have a question for Zach, if you're still available. I'm wondering. So I know Foundation Passport does not have the dice roll feature. I'm wondering if this has changed your opinion on that at all, or if you guys are planning on integrating that at some point in the future, or not.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I have always been kind of against dice rolls, not on principle, but like the aspect of entering the dice rolls into the into the device itself, because like I always viewed that kind of as security theater in a sense, because the only way to be 100% sure that that hardware wallet is integrating those dice rolls and into the entropy process is really to be like verifying it as you do it on a second device. And we've supported, I think, for a couple of years now, the ability to instead roll your dice or grab seed words out of a hat and then input them in, and then Passport will automatically calculate the last seed word, whether that's the 12th word or the 24th word. However, my reasoning for all this was because I said, as long as like, if you can't trust that the hardware wallet is like properly like if you can't trust that it's properly generating the seed, um, then what can you trust? And so that was like my reasoning behind not doing dice rolls, because I just thought that like it's kind of security theater to input them on the device. But now after all this, I wonder, and I've been thinking throughout the day, if like it can't hurt to allow people to add more entropy, right? Like even just we have an
It's also
advanced
really
button.
nice having
Yeah.
cross-checking, right? Like having multiple
Yeah. Yeah.
devices that you can cross-check. I think is super helpful.
Yeah, so it can't hurt to add more. And of course, you have to make sure that's wired up correctly, and you have to cross check. And my problem with it is I still think of it as like something for a tiny minority of users, right? It's a tiny minority of advanced users. And that's the thing that gets held up on this. Like, if the ask to people to self custody is that you got to take out some dice and start rolling, I mean, and then you got to do a minimum number for it to be impactful. You do like 100. I just think it's a tall ask, and I'm always thinking about these problems from like the user experience perspective. But am I going to tell our team to now just like add it as an advanced feature and allow people to obviously cross check with other devices? Probably, because at this point, allowing people to add more entropy, if you know what you're doing, I think it can only help. And we've seen that from the last events of the last day.
I don't think normalizing dice rolling is that big of an issue, right? It's not like you're asking them to do any kind of scientific or mechanical operations, right? Learning how to drive a stick shift is more complicated than learning how to roll the dice and doing it for an appropriate number of times. I totally understand what you're saying here, but I feel like just saying that, ruling it out as an advanced feature. I mean, most people have a 6-sided dice in their house, right? Now, is that like a casino weighted dice? No, but they have it, it's available, they understand it, and it's a tactile exercise to go through to understand, well, why, what do you mean I have to roll this dice 100 times? That sounds ridiculous. And then you can get to the discussion of, well, this is a critical aspect of your private key, right? This is a critical aspect of generating the randomness, so that way your private key cannot be, is not is differentiated from anybody else's private key. If there's no randomness in your private key, then it's predictable. Do you want your secret to be predictable? That's like using your first name and your birth year as your passwords for everything, right? You don't want a predictable password. Are we telling everybody that, they shouldn't be using long strings of complex passwords? No, because it's something that is easily understood when you tell them, hey, You want a password that's more secure. You want a password that has some randomness in it. Yes, we have password managers. I understand that that is a thing that has like revolutionized the whole password thing. But asking people to roll dice and making it sort of a standard process, humans, we're ritualistic, right? We are inherently have this nature of habits and rituals that are cultural, that are societal. And I don't think it's a bad thing to have this one ritualistic aspect of generating a seize phrase, right? You can do it with dice too, or with coin flips, 256 coin flips if you want to go that. You can make it a social activity. You can make it a ritual that is baked into the culture and the fabric of a society. And I don't think that it's completely abnormal and should be gated to advanced features, because it's not advanced to roll dice. You just have to understand what you're doing. And understanding is like part of the education piece.
You just contradicted yourself, man. I mean, you just said it right there. You said that it's an advanced feature, but it requires that everybody should just intuitively grasp, and that you have to also get educated. So that already by default means that it's not intuitive. If you have to educate yourself, that means it's not intuitive, because you have to try to understand why you're doing what you're doing. I don't disagree with you that people should be allowed to enter their own entropy and dice rolls, but I came up because I heard you talking about them earlier, and I think that there's kind of this little bit of a notion going around, not for you specifically, just in a lot of people seem to be saying like, oh yeah, man, you would have been fine from this if you just rolled dice, man. You should have rolled the dice. The problem is that any developer worth his salt understands that 99% of users are going to go through the default UX. Like, that's just it. And so Zach's 100% right. Like, the dice roll situation is for a very small minority of users, and we're literally seeing like that's how it played out with the cold cards. Even though they offered the dice roll path, 99% of users, I'd be willing to bet, went the default route, and like that's just how it works. And so it's not right in my opinion to say, yo, yeah, man, you should have rolled the dice, you should have done the ritual. When if that was intended to be the default UX, like if that's what we deemed like that's the correct UX, then we shouldn't offer the TRNG path or the hardware chip path to begin with. Like, it should just not be there, and we should force everybody to do the dice rolls.
I think SeedSider does something similar, right? They have a minimum required dice roll or entropy edition.
Yeah, but guys, keep in mind, just from like a user experience design point of view, which like we're obsessed with it. If you require, well, firstly, cold card at some point did not require a minimum number of dice rolls, which was a big problem, and they previously fixed that in some older firmware release. So then let's say, for argument's sake, you require 100, and a user finds themselves in the path where you need to do 100 dice rolls. Users are going to handle it differently. Some will do it, right, because they'll understand the value, but many will just go back and say, never mind, I don't want to do this. Or even worse, some of them will just fake it. They'll just start mashing random numbers on the keypad because they'll roll 50 times and they'll be like, I can't fucking do this anymore. I'm just going to mash random numbers. It's going to be good enough. And that probably is not good enough, because that's not, real random. It's not a source of randomness. And then sure, we can have the device go ahead and like calculate, was this enough entropy? Like, you could do that. Like, we could implement that in the code, and you kind of find yourself in a point where it defeats the entire purpose. And so that's just why I've resisted adding it like to our devices, because and then the other thing, by the way, is like, if you're not checking on a second device, whether that's another hardware wallet or some kind of like separate computer, but like, you don't want that to be a computer, because that's your seed words that you're seeing on there. So when now you have like an air gapped computer running Tails or something, and now all of a sudden we've missed the entire point, because no one's going to do this, and we've made self custody so difficult that everyone's just going to go to the exchanges and ETFs. So like, I'm still thinking about all this stuff, but it's really hard when you think about what will a normal user do when faced with this as part of an onboarding flow where you're asking to add a lot of friction.
I think it's going to be a constant pendulum. So right now, people are getting scared of self-custody for obvious reasons. Some may move to exchanges. There's going to be future exchanges hacks that are going to swing the pendulum back in favor of self-custody, and on and on we'll go. And I think ultimately it's the responsibility of those in the space and those designing the tools to try and educate and make these processes as easy as possible for those using them. But you know, I do think at the end of the day, if you want to participate in Bitcoin, someone has to be responsible for your keys. So you either better figure out how to do it, right? Or trust someone else who's capable. And, you know, it's going to depend on a lot of circumstances and variables, but that's just the matter of fact, right? And it's only going to get harder moving forward as, you know, critical bugs are found from AI, social engineering attacks get crazier and crazier. I mean, things are going to get wild. So I hope this is kind of a wake-up call for everyone to reconsider their security and make sure they understand what they're dealing with here. This is an incredibly valuable bearer asset. Even if it's held by a custodian, it's still a bearer asset. You're trusting the custodian to be managing those secrets properly. And even if they do, there might still be social engineering attacks where, you know, ring, ring. Oh, this is Wicked's voice. This is Wicked's 3D face. I lost my password. You know, can I get into my account? Sure. You just entered all the information, which we've fucking scraped the web because we have Wicked's, you know, social security and blah, 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 blah. I mean, these things are going to happen. So, yeah, I mean,
And by the
you
way,
really have to consider all of these attack surfaces as a Bitcoiner.
and by the way, for the whole custodian angle, the other part that people don't really want to talk about because it kind of goes a little bit against the ethos, but it's 100% true, is that you have legal recourse. That's it. I mean, even if you want to pretend like that's not something that people care about because they have their coins on cold storage, it's something that people say they don't care about until something affects them, in which case they want some sort of restitution or some sort of recourse. I mean, look at what after people are losing money out of their cold storage, and what's the first thing they're doing? They're calling the cops, the FBI, rightfully so, by the way. They should be doing that. But it just shows that no matter which avenue you pursue, people are going to want some way of recovering their funds, some way of helping them become whole again. And yeah, I mean, the UX with a custodian is if they fuck it up and they just say, "Hey man, we lost your money," like you take them to court.
Let me try to take another stab at this, an analogy to some other very, very powerful technology that has a very, very robust and developed culture around it for doing things the right way. And if you don't do things the right way, you literally might shoot yourself, right? The gun culture in America, right? Not everybody cares around guns. It's pockets, it's here and there. There's a culture around it. But when you opt to allow for somebody else to hold the guns for you and to wield that power for you, then you will suffer the consequences in the trade-off therein, right? Does it sound ridiculous to sit through a 1 hour to 2 hour course to learn gun fundamentals and learn these very, very basic things that you shall and shall not do that sound childish and a little bit ridiculous, so that way you understand the gravity of the tool and the technology that you will be wielding for your good or for your detriment, including for those around you? Yeah, I think it's a perfect analogy here, right? Making it culturally relevant to understand the gravity of what you are getting into and understanding what this private key thing is, which is like the thing, right? Like there's not many other things in Bitcoin that are like the thing, but the private key is the thing that you should probably make sure that you truly, truly understand. It is the trigger on the gun, the proverbial gun here, that if you do not understand what happens when you pull that trigger, or if you mismanage that trigger, or if you point the gun in the wrong direction, right? That is a cultural problem that sure, you can go out and get a gun. And if you don't know what you're doing and you're just, yeehaw cowboying without any sort of like seriousness or gravity to it, you're going to be a liability to yourself and you're going to be a liability to others. But to think that developing very, very simple educational ritualistic things to introduce people to a new technology, to a new way of life, to a new paradigm that drastically shifts the power dynamic and gives the individual an asymmetric advantage against the masses, then I think you're missing it, right? There is an educational and a cultural problem that we have failed at because we have not introduced new Bitcoiners or onboarded new Bitcoiners with the gravity and the seriousness that was required. Anyway, thank you all for having me up, and I got to drop now. I love you all, and please reach out to anybody that's not terminally online. Tell them if they have a Mark III, they are vulnerable and need to immediately move their funds. If they have any other cold card, they need to move their funds and reconsider.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree fully with the gun analogy. I mean, it's just a fundamental truth that it's a lot easier for the average person to grasp like a concept that's like analog and in front of them as I pull the trigger and it goes boom, versus like computers, which are black magic sorcery to like 99% of people.
So just to pivot a little bit, are there people monitoring the situation currently in terms of the number of coins rugged versus those that remain unmoved and where that's at currently?
Well, I mean, there's no way to know which coins are unmoved unless you do the grind yourself. So if you grind out all the possible address space,
So
you
I
don't
think
know which coins are at risk.
I think it's pretty trivial to do that. So
Yeah,
I'm
but Wicked,
wondering.
think about this. If you have, like, you're the hacker, there's nothing, you crack the seed, you see nothing in there. Now you have to spend more money on electricity to try to find all the different, start grinding. Like, you would think that the person moved his funds to a safe wallet by that point. You're going to be gambling on spending money on electricity and not know if it's even worth the money, because you don't know if it's going to be 0.1 in there or 0.0001. So I don't know, like.
Yeah, but this is in like mining bitcoins, Mr. Hoddle. This is peanuts. To rent compute for GPU clusters, it's like peanuts right now. You can rent
So I
fucking
think
H300s for like $7 an hour.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, they're not that cheap.
on the space yesterday, there was someone who was claiming it costs $3 to $5 per key with a balance to basically grind until you find a key with a balance currently. And so I think it's pretty trivial to find just about all of them without a passphrase. And then the question is, after all of those have been, sufficiently observed, how many combinations are people trying to do on top of it with the passphrase or other combinatorics with like multi-sigs and stuff?
Wicked, wouldn't part of the calculus be given the age of when the Mark II, 3 came about, that, you had a lot of long time holders just because of the age, that was a pretty low cost versus potential reward with that target set.
Who knows, right? I don't know exactly in terms of the numbers sold. Like I don't know. I think the Mark IV was pretty damn popular. Like it was kind of, purported to be way better than the, Mark III in a bunch of ways. And I'm sure a bunch of people updated. And who knows, right? Kind of how much funds are in each cohort.
Yeah.
The
But
Mark
the
IV
fact
is
that the Mark IIIs were that much older, and it was people who didn't upgrade, change their entropy, move it out, like those have been sitting there for a while and vulnerable. Like they didn't buy a Mark III, 2 months ago.
Sure. So are you saying it's likely to be a larger honeypot? Or
Yeah.
is that what you're inferring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how accurate this site is, but there's a site that apparently is tracking the coins taken or moved and the coins not moved yet. I don't know if they've grinded through everything and literally have the keys to move everything if they wanted to, which would be crazy. But
I'm here. I got a message from one of our buddies. Over 1,000 coins have been moved, and
so
it's
that's
like
so that's
1,100 addresses.
so we're looking at the same site, and I don't know. And again, I don't know if this is accurate or not. I'm pretty sure it's vibe coded, so like who knows? But if we're taking this at face value, it says, yeah, like you said, over 1,000 Bitcoin's been moved. Now, whether or not that Bitcoin was rugged or whether it was preemptively, in a defensive way moved by the real owner. That I don't know if it was analyzed in some way. And then it claims that there is a little bit over 1,000 still unmoved. So, I just don't. I don't know. I would like to have more clarity on what's going into this. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, in a 41-minute window.
Hey, would that suggest your numbers
Oh, I
just were
see. Sorry. So sorry to interrupt. I
okay?
think the analysis here was from three very clear kind of mass sweeps. So there was three waves of sweeping that are identified here where they basically, consolidated a bunch of coins together into like a massive sweep into an address. So, I mean, those are pretty clearly rugs. But what I don't understand is how they're calculating what's left over. Anyways, I'll look a little bit more into this. Sorry to
Hey,
interrupt.
also with the wicked, would that suggest if they had 1,000 move and they had, did you say 1,000 lost and still 1,000 on? Does that mean they only ever had 3,000 in cold storage on that cold card as a group?
No, I think that was the
Yeah.
target that there was some thresholds in the right.
Got it. And have they identified who the actor is yet?
Supposedly. Somebody just said something.
What,
Wait, what?
that they found somebody or arrested somebody or something?
Yeah, maybe I was in a different space, but yeah, somebody said, I got some good news. They identified him somehow. I guess he just KYC'd himself some stupid way. That's what I just heard.
That'd be awesome, man.
Yeah, you're talking about block.
The block.
They don't have an individual as far as I know. They just they're just basically tracing some connections that will hopefully lead to somebody being found. I guess the guy wasn't running a Bitcoin node, and when he finally pulled the trigger and swept the funds, he submitted the transactions through some node service or whatever, and they logged his IP address because they corroborated and they found that the transactions corresponded with like the transactions that guy submitted. So I guess they have a lead.
I put it. It's the second one from the front in the nest from the block team on like the API that he used. It's a trail form, but they're only going to say so much, and give the rest to the authorities.
Oh yeah, the fucking feds are involved, man. The FBI is investigating this shit. Like, there's no doubt about it.
1,000 Bitcoin. What is that? 60 million?
60 million and counting.
That's a lot.
And that's only what we know of. That's only the people that are like putting like on-chain heuristics that look suspect. Like, we don't know. I mean, this is out in the wild, man. So like any amateur can literally just throw this at an LM.
There's amateurs rugging, smaller amounts currently for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like any amateur can literally just throw this shit into one of the Chinese models and just say, "Hey, I want to exploit this thing," and it'll cook up something in like 15 minutes. So it's probably more than what we're seeing. There's no real way to actually gauge the amount of coins that are being rugged.
The only way you can gauge it is if you spend the money to grind through all 1.3 trillion combinations, and then you have a table of all of those
And you just watch
possible
them.
keys, and then you see how many have been moved in the past couple of days. And that will only give you a sense of movement, right? Some of those may be rugs, some of them may be defensive measure from the original owner. But at the very least, that would give you some sense. Now, again, assuming you're a white hat hacker and you're not using that information to rug it yourself. Anyways, yeah, that'll give you a sense of how many are left, I guess.
You can get a count of how many were at risk total. That's like the biggest thing that you can grasp out of it. Everything else is kind of just trying to piece together what transactions look quote unquote malicious versus which ones look like defensive.
And even that is impossible to understand, because again, like these larger ones are obvious, where it's like a bunch are rugged together in one big consolidation. That's pretty obvious. But now it's kind of, it's like the bottom feeders are just picking off one at a time as soon as they find it.
The
And
vultures.
that literally just looks like somebody, um, rushing home and moving it themselves, right? There's really no differentiation there. So it's hard to tell if those movements were defensive or, or attacks. So anyways.
So I know we've had several spaces going on for like triage and stuff. I know the Casa team just spun one up if people are looking for maybe some more immediate triage, because I know a lot of us are kind of cooked. If you want, I could share it, host. It's up to you.
Were you affected by this, Gen X?
No.
Okay, no. It's just,
wait.
Yeah.
Yes, because I don't have a boat, so yes.
Too soon.
So Gen X, when you guys were hosting last night and so today, can you hear me? First of all, because I'm in an RV and it's really loud.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Were there any victims that came up and were asking questions?
Yes.
To
Yeah.
attack? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, some people, I don't know if it was this space, but I had some people who were sharing with us literally like this is how much they took, and they were able to basically RBF it or move it before anything else happened. There's one in particular, I'm not going to say who they are, of course, but where they had less than a Bitcoin, and then what they had left, that was all recovered. I think a lot of it was, there was people who were like, hey, I'm like 5 hours away. What do I do? What are my options? There was other people smarter than me who were able to help with some of those scenarios, but not all of them, just because they're set up and you need to act. Some of them, you just need to be, in person with your device or signer to be able to move it. And not everybody could. And that's the shitty part, is that, obviously people are finding this out and they can't take action on it, which is also a really good learning opportunity. Yeah. And that's like, look, even if people want to like, this is why I do stress people put like us maxis all in the same boat. We're all very different. We have different perspectives. I am really grateful because there's these new offerings from companies, and to Brian's point, there's a lot of people that we were all raised in having a fallback other than our own accountability when it comes to this kind of stuff. So it shouldn't be surprising that a lot of people are going to find comfort in having somebody else be accountable when they screw up or for something that they can't do, or just honestly telling themselves, I can't handle this, and using services like that. So I think it's a good opportunity for a lot of people to know that, hey, you can get involved in Bitcoin and not have to take all the accountability. Here are the things that you're not going to get with, owning it yourself. But, there are options.
I mean, here's just the bottom line, man. I mean, this is. Sorry, Humble. You can go.
That's okay. You're louder than me, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, but can you? At the Humble, I think you're lagging a bit. I don't know. I hear you like cutting in and out.
Let it roll, Humble. Go.
Oh no. Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. No, I was just going to finish it up by saying it sheds light on this whole idea when we're talking about our parents. Can our parents handle a signing device in a situation like this, right? Yeah, I mean that's very difficult. You'd have to get over there like 2 o'clock in the morning and hope that you can get over there and answer the door and take care of it for them.
This is bad. This is like this is real bad. Like, this is the last thing that we ever thought.
It's a wake up call, man. It's a wake up call to a bunch of different things, and the big takeaway for the average person is two things. One, the average person is worried because this is a wake-up call that they may not have understood what they were getting themselves into as well as they thought they did. Like, that's it. They didn't have a firm understanding of this stuff, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just with that realization, you have to have an honest discussion with yourself if you're still comfortable holding your life savings in this fashion. If you're not fully confident in what you're actually doing.
And it's not only that, it's what you cannot anticipate in the future. This was like this type of thing, happens. I mean, fintech gets attacked all the time. I've dealt with the ransoms that, and like the protocol for the CDNs and stuff is like, don't call the police, call us first, then you can call the police, that's the protocol. But these things do happen, and there is on the other side that, look, if you're talking about you have like $50 million, are you going to be insured for that amount? And I think maybe Block mentioned that earlier. SVB was a really interesting case, and I might be incorrectly remembering some of this, but there were people who were made whole beyond the FDIC amount, and a lot of them were also foreign investors, and that's not what I thought FDIC was going to be about, and I thought the limit was going to be the limit. So it's really depends on the person too.
And I was going to say that I think the second takeaway for us, the people that have been in this a little bit longer, and this is probably going to be a very hard pill to swallow for many people. I know it was for me when I first had to come to this conclusion, is that self-custody is not for everybody. In fact, I would argue self-custody is probably not for the majority. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. I wish that was not the case. Like, I would love the world to be this self-custody. Everybody has a hardware wallet. There's more banks, but the reality of the situation is that the average person, a computer, and all this stuff that we've been talking about today it is literally witchcraft and black magic to them. And there is nothing wrong with that.
Brian, this is my earlier point about like when NINDA and some of the late 90s, early 2000s stuff happened, like people had no idea using email what vulnerabilities and the different vectors that were coming at them. I mean, they were all just new users. And, we didn't quit and stop using email. We innovated, but it really reminds me a lot of that, because the average person, like, they had no idea what you tell them what SMTP means, and they have no idea that has anything to do with email. It's still really new.
Exactly, and this is just growing pains that we're realizing that that's it. That path. I think what's very powerful about Bitcoin specifically is not trying to shoehorn everybody into this path of take your custody of your own coins and run your own infrastructure and do all this stuff. It's giving everybody the ability to do it should they want to pursue that path. Like, should they want to educate themselves and learn how to do this themselves, like, it's fully available for anybody that wants to pursue it. But I think, like with anything that offers those kind of offerings, I think for 99% of users, that's not the default path that they're going to take. They're going to go with some custodial solution, maybe something like Block, like in the middle. What is this thing called? The big key, like the big key. Like, the industry will just innovate better collaborative custodial solutions that try to meet users where they're at in the middle, instead of trying to be like a binary. You're either fully custodial or you're non-custodial, and like there's no middle ground.
Yeah. Brian, when your tone and like you saying like, hey, I'm sorry to like break it to you, I get what you mean. For me, it's important to understand, like, where did everybody come from? Like, what was the baseline understanding that people came from? If you give this another 10 years, boomers, Gen Xers are gone. That baseline is a different level of comprehension of some of these concepts and tools, just because a lot of us were born in the old analog. And that's the reality of like the situation. You're only going to get so much adoption and comprehension of some of these things, assuming they have an incentive to even do so. And those are very different factors.
I was gonna say, like, anybody's got a cold card that's got a significant, or just that are stacking on a cold card, or into Bitcoin enough to kind of know that they want a cold card and they want to have have self custody, and boy, this is just a shot in the foot for them. You know what I mean? This is just so unfortunate, but just dice roll. You know what I mean? I can't. This should just dice roll should be mentioned every other sentence.
Multi-sig. Humble.
Multi-sig should be the default, not dice rolls.
Yeah, Humble.
Okay, well, dice roll would have helped this.
Whoa. But to your question, Humble, I just want to say, not so much because of me, but a bunch of other people, like the spaces that we were holding. I had a lot of people who they didn't know what to do, and the advice that they got from some others, you know, enabled them to like move it, and they won't forget that moment, like that feeling. So it's encouraging that people are going to take it more seriously and even make the decision that, hey, maybe this really isn't for me. After this, I got scared out. I got lucky. I didn't get affected. But there were a lot of good stories that people were telling me, dude, I was able to move my stuff in time. Again, not so much because of me, because the other people that we had.
Yeah, it's man. I'm just thinking of back in the day, all the spaces that we held talking about, you know, self-custody and the importance of it. And you guys would talk about these dice rolls. You would talk about all of these different things.
Hey, Humble, your
we didn't understand.
motorhome or whatever you're in,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're in a spaceship in outer space talking to us
Doggone
from
it.
the
We could
fourth
hear
dimension.
though. We can make it out.
Can you hear me, or is
Yeah,
it?
we
No,
can make it out.
your mic is
agonizing.
fine, but you're just like cutting in and out. Like the connection is bad.
Yeah, I'm in the back. Okay, well,
It's bearable.
I'll just shut up then.
I said it's bearable.
Oh, I think you said it's terrible. All right. No, I just all those spaces were so helpful. And I mean, I'm looking at my situation, you know, we're in the process of selling our home and purchasing more Bitcoin. You know, now something like this happens and it's like, wow, okay, which way should we go? Or how we should be storing it. So that's all I got. I don't want to talk too much. So I'll probably break up. But yeah, Shinobi, I see you're up here. Hello.
Hey.
Have any of you guys gotten any sleep?
I slept for like 3 or 4 hours.
I passed out in a space.
I got an hour in.
And I'm just going on like, I think I'm on my 4th cup of coffee now. Just kind of looking over the situation, looking at other source code that's out there in the wild, seeing what else is out there, that kind of thing.
Honestly, Humble, it kind of reminds me of the overnighters we would do in the office when some like server infrastructure went down and we're sleeping on the floor for like, yeah, good old days.
Oh, I'm used to that, dude. I'm used to it. Yep. I just don't want more people to get rugged, man. If I can help more people not get hurt. Sucks. I've had so many people reach out and show me like screenshots and respond to threads and stuff showing me that they've lost like, it's like probably close to like 100 Bitcoin now at this point. It's fucking insane.
Nuts.
I know it's like we're in the moment. Things like this like get written about, like later there'll be recollections that, you know, it'll start to fade or the story will be off, but like this will be a thing that's talked about in the future, you know, movies, books, whatever, like about people's experiences. And in hindsight, we can't really see it today, but like in hindsight, like what that perspective is going to be then on, you know, what this was like and what things went wrong, what things went right. Sorry.
Dude, there is an infamous Reddit post from like 2013.
Time travel
during the block size wars. Yes, the time traveler, where everybody was being super bullish and optimistic. So he just slapped everyone with this absurd reality check parody where the small number of early adopters became obscenely wealthy and the whole economy imploded and the whole world
The
wanted to
Citadel
tear
thing.
Bitcoiners apart. Yeah, that's where Citadels came from. Citadels were not a utopian like end goal. They were what we had to do because all of the normies wanted to just lynch us like the French in the 1800s.
It was
And one of the key warnings in this post was like Africa like pushed smartphones on everybody to push Bitcoin adoption and like really got ahead. And then that phone had a 0 day and the entire continent of Africa was just owned because all of those wallets were generated poorly on this owned phone. And all I can say is that as fucked up as this is and as many people as this hurt in a serious, like irrevocable, life altering way, it's better that this kind of thing as a reality check to everyone happened now rather than 5 years from now or 10 years from now, when the consequences and the harm that would cause would be orders of magnitude more than it is now.
Do you know that guy that was the white hat last night? Or possible?
No.
Can anybody vouch for that guy?
Yeah, he's legit.
All right. Just checking.
There's a lot of people like you're not going to know.
Is there like a fund or what? I mean, it's interesting.
I don't know
to think how that would how you would go about that. Is there one lawyer that's going to handle all this stuff?
Dude, just don't. Like anybody listening who is thinking about like reproducing the exploit to grab coins before an attacker can, you don't know who's moving coins. If it's an attacker, if it's a legitimate user, like you could literally snatch somebody's coins as they're going to move them to safety. Somebody could fucking kill themselves because they were just about to fucking get their coins someplace safe, and somebody who thinks they're helping just snatches them. Not to mention the insane legal risk that you are taking yourself as you're stealing someone else's property. And it doesn't matter that your entire intent is to give that back. You stole someone else's property. You are in possession of that. And you will have no clear or easy path to get that back to the rightful owner. You have no easy way for them to prove that it's actually their coins to you, short of them literally bringing that device themselves to you, which they might not even have anymore. Like, I didn't even think about this until this morning. My seed, I generated on an old Mark 1. I don't even know if I still have that. I might have just drilled it and fucking tossed it out. So like this, like, let's go save people's coin shit. Like, don't do that. Like, you're fucking with a very complicated situation that you have a very tiny view on in terms of who is doing what on chain. And you have a shit ton of legal risk for yourself that you're taking.
Yeah, you might be taking a bullet to intercepting. I don't know if that's exactly where Texas was going. Your point's valid, Shinobi, for sure. But there are teams, from companies working on this on all continents. So.
Oh yeah, the entire fucking industry is like all hands on deck today.
It's the Bitcoin Avengers.
I mean, dude, like, only thing that fucking matters right now is helping as many people as you can get their coins someplace safe as you can and get this information to as many people as you can. Like, all the preaching, the self-righteous, fuck all of that shit. That shit can happen later.
Here's
like,
the question: how do I know if I'm getting RBF attacked?
You will see your coins. Like, you can go watch on, it's bad privacy practice, but you can go on mempool.space and watch your transaction, and their UI shows like RBFs. Like you will see a replacement transaction, you'll see that the output addresses have changed. Like just monitor it there.
Yeah, I don't think if people are concerned about losing their life savings, I don't think privacy is the top concern.
I know, but it's something people should be aware of.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just not just you. I just want more people to understand that, like in these kind of situations, this is a priority system. This is and in my opinion, I think for the most people, the privacy thing it falls below will I actually have my money at the end of the day. And so like that's just how I look at it. And so when people are I'm just being honest, man. When people are coming to me and they're asking me like, "Hey, man, what should I do?" I'm just telling them straight up: if you don't have anything else to do, send it to an exchange. If you don't want to do that because you for whatever reason you have like an ideological aversion to this, I don't know, download Blue Wallet and send it to your phone and figure out what to do afterward. Like just on compromised seeds, there's not really any way of securing this money.
Yeah, and don't worry about breaking up UTXOs because of fees.
Yeah, Evan from Zeus said has been pounding this horn all day or beating this drum all day. Don't let good be the perfect be the enemy of good. Like right now, if you're at risk or you think you're at risk, you don't need perfect. You need good enough. It just needs to be good enough to get off the compromised seeds, and then you can figure out what to do after. Like that's it. Period.
Hey, Lauren, Terrence, I gotta run. Thanks for having me. Thanks for everybody else that pitched in. I learned stuff too always. See you guys.
Thanks, Gen X. He was mostly talking to me, Lauren. I think Lauren fell asleep.
I'm not able to raise my hand, but if so, I had something to
Sorry, Flaming.
offer on AI.
Go ahead, Flaming, and then Texas,
sorry.
you can go.
Okay, appreciate it. Appreciate the spirit of helpfulness everyone's got. A lot of good information being shared. I think everyone's learning a lot. I think most of all, we're learning how vigilant we have to be in all aspects. We're on the front edge of, all of the predators, if you will, that would love to take advantage. And so I think there's that sense of seriousness. I wanted to jump back to the topic of AI because there tends to be an overreaction and fear of AI. In this particular case, we know it's just a bug that probably should have been caught if the company had followed proper, processes, I would say. I've worked in a lot of security software, and it's pretty common to hire outside people to inspect your code, test your code, basically white hat people that know how to break things, and they spend maybe days or a week or whatever just hacking at your stuff to find flaws and inspecting the code. I think this would have been easily caught in the review process or in that step. And so I think it's important that we don't elevate companies to the gold standard without at least some proof that they're following some sort of best practices like that. Sorry, my voice is failing me right now. But so, it's been there for years. It should have been caught. I think we can agree. And it's not really an AI problem. The AI maybe helped facilitate it, but a really skilled person probably could have figured this out and coded it up, right? So the AI helped, but it's a cat and mouse. And I think in this case, the company, which is the cat, was asleep and while a mouse came and stole the cheese. But the good news is companies are in fact incorporating AI aggressively into their security analysis of their own products, and no product should be shipped out the door without a thorough AI scan and analysis of your own code, because it can see things that you probably would easily overlook as a human. So that's the good news. AI is not as scary, but at the same time, it was just the cat was asleep and the mouse stole the cheese, and we can learn from that. I have to give big props to Block. I think Block demonstrates a great professionalism in what they've done by them actively helping to, discover what the flaws were and communicate that. They have a very good communication team and also good, obviously, security experts. So that gives me good comfort in being a customer of theirs with a big key. I think I can now trust that even a little more based on what I've seen. But I think we need to really have an adversarial thinking on all fronts, not just like dog sees squirrel, right? The latest thing. There's so many fronts that we just have to look at, and if we get focused too much on one thing, that'll be the next thing. For example, let's just send it to an exchange. Everyone's going to be on the exchange. Well, if this was Coinbase that got hacked, it would have been a million times worse, probably, right? And that could be an insider job, right? So there's threats all around us, including insider threats at places that you might not expect. People could build backdoors into their software, leave the company, and know what it is, and years later attack it. So I'm not worried about self-custody or anything like that if you follow the best practices, and not worried about AI in that sense, because I think responsible companies are using it as the cat instead of the mouse, and should be able to plug most of the holes. And anyway, we just need to hold the people in this business to a high standard and not elevate people and companies that aren't holding up those standards. So that was kind of what I wanted to say.
I want to kind of toss in, from my understanding, they had
There's an echo. Hold on. There's an echo.
Oh, I'll mute.
Mike's all fucked up.
Hold on.
But to my understanding, Cold Card had audited their code with GPT. I forget which model, and it didn't find these. And the timing of this in terms of Kimi dropping with that type of frontier capability without all these safety guards, I really fundamentally think it's something projects should think about in this space. When you are auditing your own software with Western tools, is that tool neutered or neutering itself and not actually doing the full deep analysis that it should be? Because if Coldplay actually was audited and it did not catch this because of things like that, that is a very important thing to consider and think about trying to use these tools defensively on your own code base to go through and audit for issues now.
Yeah, I don't think it's a replacement for human intelligence. There's security experts, right, that you could bring in. If you're responsible for securing millions and possibly billions of dollars in funds, it's responsible for you to maybe hire someone that can come in and do that. But first of all, I think having coded this kind of software at that level of down to the hardware level, this is the kind of bug that should have been caught in code review, but more importantly, the developer should have single-stepped through that code and seen exactly that it wasn't doing what you expected it to. The person should have been able to single-step through it, see it reading the hardware, and saying, okay, great, it's doing what I expect. So I think there's failures on multiple levels, and I'm not. Mistakes can happen, but it's been 4 or 5 years, and it makes you think, have they really been looking that hard? That's all.
Yo, Shinobi, is the only way to defend against an RBF attack is to outspend that person before
Yeah.
you walk in?
Yes.
Once you're in that, it's kind of a race to the bottom in terms of how much money's left over.
Yeah, 'cause you're
Like
just
if they have like a truly automated system that's going to monitor and fee bump in response to anything you do, then like that money's gone. And like really the most you can do is just like keep fee
fuck that, I'm
bumping.
outbidding them.
No, that's my point. Like all you can really do at that point is just
I'll
burn
give it
it
to the
all.
Are you
miners.
in an
Be so
RBF
done.
race, Texas?
No, I'm just game. I've never thought about it, so just curious.
Oh, okay. I was going to be very interested in seeing how that played out. But yeah, no, Shinobi's right. If you're in an RBF race, the game theory is not good for you, like at all.
It's literally just a choice of like let them have it or just burn it all to miner fees, so at least they
No,
don't
I
get
get
them.
I'd burn
Dude,
it.
it's crazy. AI and Bitcoin combined, we're fucked.
Well, I mean, it's here's the thing that
The
we have
robots
to.
are gonna get
Here's the thing that I want Bitcoin people to understand: it's not exclusive to this industry. We're living in a very precarious time right now, where since AI, it's not just the level of intelligence; it's the fact that it can iterate so much faster than humans. That's the thing.
Well,
You
and
can
you're
have,
saying
in the time it takes a security expert to audit your code, you can have like one of these models audit your code 1,000 times over, and so it's
well, then
numeric
what's stopping
statistics.
that model? What's stopping that model from just not telling you the truth and then implementing that on its own?
That's not how
You
they.
know?
That's not how they work.
This is not sci-fi.
No,
Like
I know, but people are generating things like that. I understand that's not like the front end model that everything's or how it's used, but
No, that's
if
just
you're thinking in an
that's just
adversarial
even
way,
if you're thinking about like Chinese models that
right?
don't have guardrails and stuff. Yeah, that's just not how they work. They don't have their own formulate their own thoughts and go, oh, I don't want to actually
Well,
tell
no,
my
you
user
give it a
about
general
this.
directive. You give it a prompt and say to do whatever it takes to accomplish this task. And if that's like a
yes, but that's the key point though. Like Texas is a human has to give it prompt input. Like they don't just spontaneously do things.
right,
You know what I mean?
no, I hear you, but there's all kinds of people in the world that are doing all
Oh yeah,
kinds of
no,
crazy shit. And in
dude,
a
no,
warfare
for
scenario,
sure.
that's like an EMP. It's a digital EMP to send
Yeah,
a
no, dude, for sure. Bad actors are using these things. Like it's not even a question. They are using it. But like I guess I'm trying to understand like what your fear is. Like are you scared that bad actors are using it, or are you scared that the AI is developing like some sort of consciousness and making decisions on its own to go out and steal coins and do and malicious things?
no. I'm not like an alien believer. So no, I just think that people will do all the things that we think aliens will do.
Yeah, it's dude. It's literally no different than the security cat and mouse game that we've been playing since the dawn of time. Except now there's a new tool in the room, and it's called AI. It's the same exact scenario. Bad actors are going to have AI. They're going to use the AI to do bad things, and the counter to that is not to ban it or make it illegal or add guardrails or whatever. It's to give the same capability to the good guys. That's always been the solution to this problem.
Yeah, you have to counterattack and you have to make them know that it's like you will find them and then you'll fuck them up the same way if they're in another country. And that's what should, create a kind of digital peace in this soft war.
Yeah, it's just security is a never ending game of cat and mouse, man. And just because AI has changed the landscape as far as how fast it is to iterate like attacks and stuff, and scan for vulnerabilities and shit, we're just seeing the rate of it go up faster. Like we're seeing the evolution of the cat and mouse game speed up. But it's the same game. It's just sped up.
Ultimately, this reaches like essentially this is just going to be like the rest of this decade is going to be a messy ass shit show, and at the end of that it's just going to be a new equilibrium. and everyone's going to use AI to like bug test, like smash their shit against the wall before they release it, and everyone's going to use AI to try to break it.
Every
And
Citadel community needs to have a Portland in it and a Shinobi.
Yeah, dude. Literally, it's just a repeat of what happened when the internet itself first came around. Every fucking early website and service and shit that was running over the early internet was a fucking buggy, completely insecure piece of shit. People just running over plain text and passwords just being thrown around everywhere and
What
shit.
kind of GPUs? What
you
kind of GPUs
remember
are you using to run
DOS
that?
attacks before Cloudflare?
What was it, Shinobi?
DOS attacks before Cloudflare.
Oh yeah, dude. People were getting DOS left and right. It was fucking trivial. You literally just have something just like send continuously.
It wasn't people. It wasn't people that were getting DOS. They would take down your entire like region. Like some guy with a lot of DDoS power. He didn't like you. He knew what ISP you were on. He could take down like everything. How much GPU power do you need to run Kimi 3?
Kimi?
Yeah, like
So
what kind
it's
of
about a
box do you need?
it's about a $400 to $500,000 cluster.
Oh, okay. All right. That's not
There's
you can rent compute though. I mean, I think I think the raw weights were 1.5 terabytes at Q4. So there you go. You need to get 1.5 terabytes of VRAM to at least fit the model in it, and then depending on what hardware you're running, that'll affect the speed. And I think that's like, if you want to buy it yourself to host it, like have it in your own basement, I think it's like $500,000 to $650,000, something like that.
That's probably going to go down, right? It's going to get more efficient to run that.
Oh yeah, man. Some of dude, it's crazy. If you guys have been following along with like the open source models or open weights, whatever they're calling them, yeah, the advancements are crazy, man. The smaller models today that people, I mean, I was literally just shilling it a minute ago. One of the smallest models that's like you can literally just run it on a consumer graphics card is like almost as good as the previous generation frontier models, like Sonnet and GPT-4, all those things. Like, and you can just run this on a graphics card, and so it's just they're getting better, and they're getting cheaper to run with every iteration.
Hey, does one of you guys want to spin one up? Because I need to hit the road. I see my co-hosts have already dropped. So yeah, it's the laughing
you're
emoji.
stuck
It's not
here,
what
dude. You're in
I'm
it.
stuck. Yeah. Well, it's that or divorce. So I'm getting the evil eye from the wife. So I better cut her short. I've already
Your
encroached on
sacrifice
some.
for Bitcoin is appreciated.
As is yours, sir. I appreciate it. You guys did a great job last night. Doing your best to calm everybody down, but still pressing that, hey, this is an emergency button, and helping walk people through this. So I think this community, there's definitely some names that pop out to me for sure. Really, man, hats off to you, bravo. You guys did a wonderful job. But I definitely have to rug this out. Does anybody want to put their hand up if you are interested? Mr. Hoddle, you're going to continue one?
No. I meant to say bye. I meant to wave.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If anybody wants to say the last few words before I pull the plug, throw your hand up and we'll
Just don't forget everyone else you know who might be using a cold card and does not sit on Twitter all day, does not follow the news. Like, after you sort your own shit out and get your coins somewhere safe, reach out to those people, make sure they know what's going on, and make sure they get their coins somewhere safe.
I am willing to bet that is the vast majority of users. The vast majority of people are not on Twitter 24/7 finding out about this shit, which is sad.
But I mean, I want to believe that a cold card user is.
Dude,
like,
people have lives.
I think a cold card user is a power user, and I think most cold card users are aware.
To some extent, I agree with you, man. But they did go to like very like normie friendly events and market it there, and people go to like the Bitcoin conference. It's a very normie friendly event, and they're probably going there with somebody who is the technical person, and they're like, oh yeah, mom, just buy a cold card and we'll get you your Bitcoins or whatever, things like that. Like I don't think every single one of them is is on Twitter Spaces and knows what's going on.
Last thing I'll leave, and I'll be quick because I know, Lauren, the feeling of your significant other wanting to kill you for being on Spaces for so long. But and I'll probably throw up a space after myself just to keep chatting about it because I just arrived at the party. But the last thing I want to leave is it's very interesting to hear everyone run out the numbers of how safe all these ways to generate seed phrases are. But I think we should not go past the conversation that is the delta of closed models and open models, and the fact that there are tons of vulnerabilities probably sitting across various different products that are open source, and we should be directly focusing on patching the human error rather than just sitting and self-masturbating on the math of the security of this stuff. And I mean like real change. Like forget just chatting about it. Like, can we not get the best engineers together? Let's use our network and get the best, the heads of these AI labs to grant some access or put together a cluster and put together some white hacks. Like, there needs to be actual literal change about this. I'll start a space. I'd love to connect with people, and I'm going to pull some strings and figure out whether that comes from the investor capital side, whether that comes from some other consortium. Like, I literally just got, I'm not going to say who, but someone who's very active in all this response, and asked them point blank, does your best engineers have access to frontier models? And is that why you don't care to harden this stuff, or do you just think your security practices are good enough? And they're responding that they think their security practices are good enough and they don't have frontier model access. And these are the literal relevant parties in this case. So it's pretty much unacceptable at this point.
Really quick, Lauren, before you spin down, if you are concerned about just the general dynamic of vulnerabilities in general right now and AI's ability to find them, the best thing you can do is don't rush, don't start panicking, but a 2 of 3 multi-sig with 3 different hardware devices from 3 different companies is the best way you can spread your risk around. You can get that as low as possible and be as safe as possible against that type of risk that there are just bugs all over the place.
Brian, did you want to chime in on? I saw you giving some.
No, just that's pretty much it. I just agree with Shinobi. I think that's what we need to gravitate people towards if they want to continue on this path of self custody. Is we have to start encouraging people to go to 2 of 3 multi-sigs. And I mean, I know the UX is not as good as it can be, but I'm confident that if there's more demand to do these things, especially because of something like this, the UX will improve. Like, if there's demand to generate these things, people will work on making the UX better. And yeah, I think it's the only, in my opinion, that's the only, I mean, that's how I custody my coins. It's the only way to custody your coins seriously, is to have at least a 2 of 3 multi-sig. At least, if you want to go more than that, sure, but
let's hope this was a wake-up call then, like a real good bitch slap to get us all up to speed on making sure we take security seriously.
$60 million bitch slap.
Yeah, that's pretty painful. Now, anyway, have a good rest of your day, everybody, and hopefully next week this is behind us for the most part. I know it's not that easy, and I know there's a lot of people suffering right now, but keep fighting, community. Keep fighting.